Good evening, hello and welcome to the iRacing Esports Network. We're SimSpeed TV and this is the West End Mazda Australian Online Supercar Championship, the second enduro of this championship, round 4 from Daytona. This is the 650 kilometres of Daytona. We're in for one hell of a show. New teams, new drivers, new lineups from what we saw last time out. Is going to be a really interesting race. My name is Jay Kennedy. Alongside me in the booth, as always on a Friday night, Fonty, Scott Fountain. Fonty, it's going to be a really interesting night of racing. We've got some new driver combinations with new driver pairings announced during the week with Evolution Racing Team recruiting very well. Altus Esports as well recruiting. It's going to be a really interesting night to see how these new driver pairings work.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Jay. Welcome everybody, yes, to another Friday night on Australian Online Supercar Championship. And yeah, what a fantastic night it's going to be. Enduro round number 2. This is certainly going to be an interesting one, the guys. It was a pretty cool first round that we had for the Enduro Cup, and yeah, it's going to be even better this one.
Yeah, remember last time out here at Daytona we had some really cool close quarter racing. The draft really played a big impact on that. I think the big impact tonight will be the evolution from day into night. The drivers are out on track in qualifying at the moment. Very cool conditions, which will, in one hand, help the drivers find some grip, but then in the other hand, it's going to be a lot of fuel burn. So it's going to mean the stints are going to be a little bit shorter. It means that the guys are going to have to think strategy a little bit harder.
Yes, you're exactly right. It is going to be very interesting. I absolutely love Daytona. Obviously had the 24-hour not so long ago, and yeah, well, we're racing supercars around here tonight, which will be a bit of fun. So I'm interested to see who's going to win.
It's going to be a really interesting night, and one of the interesting driver pairings is out there on screen right now. They're running the Meme-mobile. It's James Duckworth teaming up with Jackson Suzlin-Harlow in the number 15 car. Guys aren't normally teammates, but it's going to be interesting to see these two, how they battle out on track. A new driver pairing in the 26 car, Jordan Ross, newly signed to Evolution Racing Team from Synergy Sim Racing. Going to be interesting to see how he goes in his new colours. And a few other different driver pairings out there as well, and a really mixed up grid at this current phase as well.
Yeah, you're exactly right, mate. We've certainly have some great drivers out there on track. I'm interested to see how Harley Haber goes tonight. He obviously did quite well last week, and good to see Christopher Kiersey up there as well from the Flat Chat podcast, currently sitting in P9, so not doing too bad a job out really. Those guys launching a new team Hyperdrive, so I saw they did their livery launch today and their driver lineup, and I'm sure that they are going to have a fantastic season. I reckon that Jordan Ross will certainly be one to watch out for tonight as well. I see wrapping new colours, bit of a surprise exit for me that was, for him to be jumping on with someone new, and yeah, pretty cool though for the community to have a mix up before the season really gets underway.
I think a very big surprise to see Evolution Racing Team not only get Jordan Ross, but also Jared Filsell as well. It's a big move for that team. They've recruited very well. I think a lot of teams have recruited well. It's been a really interesting mix, and we're going to see a really interesting year this year in 2019, not only this championship, but all 3 of our Supercar championships here on SimSpeed TV. It'll be a really interesting year to keep an eye on. Hearing that there's it's not over in regards to the silly season, with some other teams still looking to recruit. I've heard some big rumours around a few other drivers. We heard All-Star Motorsports have also lost Scott Solosky, and he's going to another team. I've heard rumours about where he's headed, and that'll be another interesting thing. Is Jordan Ross just gets a little bit wrong through the horseshoe.
Yeah, well, I was quite surprised about Jared Filsell moving over to Evolution Racing Team. Yeah, it was a bit of a shock for me, but certainly those guys over there do a fantastic job. Brenton O'Brien runs a pretty tight ship, and yeah, I'm sure that Jared will bring lots of respect and certainly experience to that camp.
So it looks like we've got 36 cars out on track at the moment for tonight's race. We'll see Jordan Ross is just about to start another flying lap, but Fawzan El Nabi currently sitting in 3rd position in this qualifying session. And he's only got a tenth to find to jump to the top of the timesheets in time set by Jackson Suzlin Harlow and James Duckworth of a 1 minute 43.6. The track is cooling, so the times will get quicker. So we're going to see this last phase, the last 7 minutes of qualifying here. We're going to see the field really shuffle up quite a lot.
Yeah, we certainly will, Jay. It's yeah, what a fantastic track. Such a big, long straight, and we've been here a few times now, and it really has turned it on for the Vat Supercar. I wasn't really too sure how we would see this track go, and yeah, what a fantastic racetrack to run these cars around, and certainly drafting is going to be a big key part of tonight.
Yeah, I think everyone's been surprised at how well this track actually suits the Supercar. We were a little bit unsure about how Rovals would go in the Supercar. We've run Rovals before, being the Roval at... Oh, there's Forza El Navi. Tried to get a bit of draft help, but probably didn't realise that car was checking up. It just runs right into the rear as we go to the number 116 KRF Motorsports car, currently driven by Luke Page, sitting in 5th position. But the Roval here is probably the best suited Roval that we have out of all of the ones. I remember we run Homestead Miami before, and the racing was good, but it wasn't as good as what we've had here at Daytona.
Yeah, you're exactly right, mate. It's yeah, such a fantastic track. Doesn't really matter what car you run. The racing's always good, whether it be a Skip Barber or a Vat Supercar or a GT car. You can always have a lot of fun, and it always seems to turn the racing on. We saw a pretty cool, very close finish in the official Supercars Championship. I think it was last season in the official championship, with it really coming down to the line and a photo finish, which was certainly a big highlight for us around this track.
Yeah, it was a phenomenal finish with 3 cars separated by 0.05 of a second. So we're going to see a very, very close night tonight, as we just see Jack Boyd improve on his best time for the night by 0.05 of a second, the exact margin we had between first, second and third in that race. You mentioned what he's done with that 0.05 of a second. He's jumped himself 2 spots. Amazing how close this field is. Sorry, he's jumped 1 spot, I should say, by 1,000th of a second over Chris Robinson.
Yeah,
04
not a
car.
bad at all.
Yeah, good job from him.
He's pretty good peddler. Pretty good peddler is Jack Boyd. I haven't really heard of him too much, but yeah, he's certainly very, very fast, and I expect him to be right up the pointy end of certainly this championship and V8 Scops as well.
At the point of it on screen at the moment in the 014 entry. Finally, hope I've got his name right after 7 months of trying. Probably still got it wrong.
Well, probably, mate. I thought it was Lepodaven.
I've been told Lepoidovan.
Is that right? Maybe it's wrong. Lepoidovan. Okay, well, that's going to probably take me a good 18 months to get that right, so I do apologise.
Especially if we're still wrong.
Well, exactly. Exactly.
A little bit of draft help here as he comes up to the line looking to beat a 4.8. Have a look at how close he was to his best lap. Just missed out by 700ths of a second, I should say. So times are very, very close out there within this entire field. Jordan Ross has just come out to start another flying lap. It'll likely be his last attempt. We go to Forza El Nabi. 1/10 is all he needs. Just been told I got it right.
There we go. Got it right. Yeah, that's fantastic stuff.
It's taken forever, but we got there.
Oh, mate, I can't even say my own name right. So,
Neither can I.
Let alone somebody else. That's why we're here, to have an enjoyable Friday night.
We always have a good laugh on a Friday night, don't we? We have fun.
Oh, we certainly do. We like to let our hair down. Yes, it's been a busy time. We have V8 Scops registration open very, very soon. I was planning for this afternoon, but had a few technical difficulties, but we have nearly got around them. And yes, keep your eye out for that post on the iRacing forums.
So will we see Forza El Nabi improve his time? He only has to find 11,000ths of a second to jump 1 spot. A 10th of a second will find him on pole. And have a look at how close that is. 9,000ths of a second off his best lap. Not enough to improve.
Nothing in it. Yeah, exactly. Absolutely nothing in it. He kind of needs a little bit more of assistance, I feel, to make it really happen. I must say that though, this car on screen right now looks absolutely fantastic. I love this livery that that Redback Racing team have done.
And the real metallic on the side. It's going to look really cool when the lights come on here at Daytona in about 90 minutes time. We'll flick the lights on and we'll get into the night session. See if Chris Robinson can improve on this lap. He needs a whole thousandth of a second to improve a position. 44.2 is the time to beat, and he's not going to do it. He hasn't been able to get any advantage on this lap. One more attempt he will have. Actually, maybe pulling it up and trying to get back out on track and see if he can get another run in. We'll try and pick up someone on a flying lap. Jordan Ross is on that flying lap. This is his last chance to improve. Last chance to try and steal pole away from Jackson Seasland Harlow. So Jordan Ross into the bus stop chicane. What will be his last run in qualifying. Nice and smooth. May have been a little bit too aggressive coming out of the latter portion of that corner. Tucked right down towards the apron. Maintain momentum. Hit just about 300 kilometers per hour to get on the brakes into turn one. We're seeing some drivers, depending on their gear ratio, are hitting 300. So it's a very, very quick track. Very, very quick speeds. What will Jordan Ross do as he crosses the line? No improvement. He's about 3/10 off his best. Unfortunate for him. KRF Motorsports' newest signing, Mick Cracknell, tonight teaming up with Luke Page. Seen Crackers and Brett Loxton together earlier in the season. What will Cracknell do here? No improvement on his best lap. Michael Taliantich about to come across the line. He is on a flyer, currently in 7th in the 777. Your favourite car out there, Fonty? You're loving the yellow one?
Oh, mate, those guys will do it right today. I think they're in the yellow. They did okay in the last endurance race in the yellow, and yes, fantastic looking car. Not a bad position either, actually. It doesn't really sort of matter where you start in this. You know, it's not a sprint race, so anything can happen. We are going to see pit stops, we're going to see drama, we're going to see incidents, and well, you know, probably slow and steady will win the race, I reckon.
That won't help.
Ooh,
It's
bit of a moment there. No,
just hit the wall.
Won't.
Nathan Tregarthen on screen on a flying lap. We'll see what he can do on his run. Currently sitting 18th position. You are right though. Qualifying means a little bit less in this race than it does in any other. In saying that, there's a psychological thing about being up the front as opposed to being stuck in the middle. The other thing too, you don't want to be stuck in the mid-pack. It will really hamper your run. Potential to have a bit of chaos in that mid-pack, especially around a track like this.
Yeah, you're exactly right, mate. It's yeah, it's important to get a good starter run here, and you know, as soon as the gap opens up in front of you to the next guy, and if he's driving somebody else, well, it's pretty hard to catch back up. So you are going to have a little bit of a grace period seeing a safety car coming out, but yeah, you really just want to try and not drop too far back, really.
The starting grid is now on screen because qualifying is run and done. The Memobil with Jackson Seasland Harlow and James Duckworth. We'll start from pole with Evolution Racing Team's number 26, starting in second. Trick Sim Sports will start from third. They are still running out on track, but trying to just get a little bit of a feel for the circuit. Only a tenth separating the 1, 2, and 3 positions in this race. Forza El Nabi actually just goes to pole. Okay, I've just called that a little bit early. That surprised me. Forza El Nabi will start from pole. My live timing was showing him halfway around the circuit, so apologies for that. Good lap from Forzan. So Kyle Stokes will start from 4th now, with KRF Motorsports starting 5th, GRM Enduro 6th, Shoot Sim Racing 7th, and Redback Racing Team LeBlanc 04 car in 8th position.
And then we go back to number 9 by
I'll keep going. Here we go. Velocity.
Here we go. Keep going, mate.
Yeah, Velocity Motorsports Magazine Racing will start from 9th position. 10th go to Middle Finger Racing, number 54, Wayne Pingley in the car there. Redback Racing Team LeBlanc, 868 will start from 11th position with the new team, Team Hyperdrive, starting in 12th. 13th, Zuva Racing 209. And then 14th position goes to Redback Racing Team LeBlanc, number 21. ZBR number 76 will start from 15th, and 16th goes to Cell Simforce Penrite Racing 014 machine. As we now tick over into the race session, we are not far off getting a green flag in this one. It's going to be an awesome night of racing. We'll keep going through our grid. Middle Finger Racing number 42, starting from 17th. 18th, Stealth Simforce Penrite Racing 035 in 18th position. 19th goes to New Zealand Sim Racing 125, with the 20th position rounded out by Redback Racing Team LeBlanc 031. Gone Rogue Motorsports will start in 21st in their number 30 car, with ZB Racing's 512 entry starting 22nd. On the 12th row, we've got Redback Racing Team Cedar, the 069 car. They'll start from that 23rd position. 24th goes to New Zealand Sim Racing 056. Then over the page again to Stealth Simforce Penrite Racing 015 in 25th. 13th row also with Middle Finger Racing number 66. Then we go to Clay Boys Are Us in 27th. RRT Cedar 227 in 28th. New Zealand Sim Racing 87 in 29th. 30th goes to Middle Finger Racing number 97 car. Ace Tennis Racing, no Sam Blacklock. We've got an Evolution Racing Team reunion with Brent O'Brien teaming with Luke Harvey tonight in that entry. Born Rogue Motorsports number 34. The 331 entry, 34. Start from 32nd, and the last page, Team Jeff Harley. CMR Team Black, way down the order from what we would have expected. They'll start from 34th. And then, surprising entrance, the 35th and 36th cars starting from the back of the grid. We've got Sim Racing Channel, which is Thomas Hinds and Bo Albert. And Throttle Control, your favourite car out there, Mazomo and Dance, out on the grid. It's going to be a really, really cool race. A big field of cars. Looking forward to seeing how it plays out. It's going to be a really, really cool night of racing. And it will be a night of racing as well as we start to get the lights on. And right on cue, the lights come on. We are ready to go.
Yes, we certainly are. Here we go. Very long race ahead of us. It's going to be a fantastic one and great start there from everybody, really.
A good jump there from Ross Rizzo. Fairly clean entry. Nice wide entry into turn 1, so we should hopefully see it nice and close. A little bit of contact between Jordan Ross. James Scott, I should say, in the number 26 car, and Jackson Susan Harlow. A little bit of shuffling in this mid-pack, but for the most part, we got through turn 1 nice and cleanly. Ross Rizzo, though, have a look at the gap. He's already pulled. He's already pulled a full second. That is a huge gap.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what he'll be wanting to do this far in the race. It's got to try and get that gap, although it's going to be hard for him to be able to keep it just due to the nature of this track. But this track is very forgiving, and people can get away with it. And, yeah, one who I certainly know who will be right up there at the pointy end at the end of the race, doesn't matter what happens, will be Ross Rizzo in that Trick Sim Sports car. So everyone looks to be getting through reasonably cleanly. We've seen a bit of an incident early on. Getting on the back straight now. Fantastic long straight.
Not sure what's happening to the car of Adam Gardner. We'll try and get a LeBlanc replay and try and pick up what's happening. He's had an incident at turn 1 at the start of the race. Big thanks to LeBlanc for their help. We said that we got through clean, but it does not look like we have. And there's been a big wreck right at the back of the field. And they're going to have another look at this one. Gardner got away a little bit sluggish, and there's contact, I think, here between Gardner and the ZB Racing car. And as the field's checked up a little bit.
There. Yeah, just a little bit of an overlap there. He had to run on him and just try to come across that little bit too much. And because of the banking, I guess, that probably didn't help at all, Jay.
Oh, Kyle Stokes, a big lock-up coming into turn 1 and side by side through the exit of turn 1. Rizzo and Jackson Susan Harlow, and Susan Harlow is going to take the lead of this race away.
There we go.
Cracknell in a third.
There we go. It's Cracknell, new team for him. Seen a bit of movement for him recent times, and back out there they're running with KRF, which is fantastic to see.
I think KRF's going to be a team to watch throughout this year. They've got a very, very good stable of drivers. Brett Loxton not here tonight. Actually, quite a few drivers not here tonight. Of course, big shout out and hello to everyone that is tuning in from the Bathurst 12 hour. I know there's a few drivers out there that are enjoying a barbecue, having a drink, and I don't know why, but they're tuning into us bullfeds. But it's great to see Bathurst 12 hour, my favourite event on the Aussie racing calendar. I've been there quite a few times. Can't wait to go back again. So we've got a car around in the background. Who is that? That's Grant Caines in the Cedar car. He's had a big lose. He's lost a whole heap of spots.
Yeah, certainly right, Jay. It's yeah, I'd love to go to the Bathurst 12 hour. Certainly haven't been able to go to either Bathurst or that event or the Bathurst 1000. And yes, we certainly wish everybody there from the Aussie NZ racing community awesome weekend, and I'm sure they'll have plenty of fun.
It is one of the best events out there, but this is going to be a fantastic event as well, as Jackson Susan Harlow feeling the pressure from Ross Rizzo. Now, we know how good Trick is in regards to fuel strategy and those sort of things. I don't think Rizzo will be too worried about being the second car along. He can save a bucket load of fuel being the second car back.
Oh, I reckon you'll want to be that second car back. It's yeah, you certainly have the advantage, and well, if we know how well Rizzo can save fuel, well, he's going to save fuel definitely very well tonight, and we'll see them right at the pointy end. But I think, you know, you really can't count out any of these guys. I think Cracknell's got a good shot at this one, and certainly Jordan Ross, and great to see Jackson Susan Harlow right out at the pointy end as well, currently leading this race. So fantastic battles all throughout.
There's some really intense battles. I think one thing that's going to catch a few drivers out, I've just seen Mark Samuel run off the circuit. He's got a bit of damage now too. He's going to love me for doing this, but I'm going to get a LeBlanc replay. He'll be so happy that I'm going to get a replay of him crashing. Apparently I missed him crashing last week, so I've got to catch up tonight. He's running off the circuit. There he goes, and bang into the fence. There it is, a little hit, just enough, but he'll love me for doing that.
Oh, he'll get away with it. He'll come back on track and have a run, that's for sure. I don't think the car's going to be too damaged, and they do have a spare one sitting in the garage, if need be.
The front 10 have broken away from the rest of the field, so we've seen 10-car breakaway. We're going to see this a fair bit. We're going to see big breakaways of cars, and almost now getting into 2-car tandems as well. So Michael Cracknell's tucked right in underneath the rear wing of James Scott. Because James Scott, a new recruit to Evolution Racing Team as well, has come from All Star Motorsports, but also teamed up with Marlon McMullen, who's an independent team throughout the Enduros at the end of last year. James Scott now with Evolution Racing Team. Big hit! He's in the side of Ross Rizzo, and around goes Rizzo. And heavy damage to the back of that car.
Yeah, wow, that's certainly not what you want this early on in the race. Yeah, not ideal, is it, Joe?
Very late lunge there. I don't think Scott really picked his braking marker right there. He's just overshot the corner. And Rizzo probably was a little bit slower than he would have expected. We'll get another look soon. But James Scott also a bit of damage to the front of that car, and Kyle Stokes is hunting him down. What this has done has meant Jackson Susan Harlow has broken away a little bit. He's now got a 1.2 second gap at the front of the field. But we know how much the draft can help. We've seen drivers actually practicing bump drafting in practice as well to help push and gain momentum. It's Chris Robinson stuck in the fence. The 04 car.
Yeah, ouch. That's not the way you want to start it. I tell you what, though, you don't really want to get damage around here at all, because as soon as you do, well, it's all dependent on front aero, isn't it? And if you've got that bonnet sitting up a bit higher than the others, well, it's going to be like a sail in the wind and stop you in your tracks. Just seeing what's happened here.
So they've been able to...
Thanks to LeBlanc.
Yeah.
For sponsoring this series, as well as West End Mazda. They're big supporters of the sim community. Oh,
that's
a big mistake there.
Yeah, that's a strange
hardware failure there.
That was a strange incident.
Something going wrong.
Just gone straight ahead. Didn't even put his foot on the brake. Just overshot it completely and just gone straight ahead. Finally, the brakes kicked in, and then it's just gone full lock. So that's a strange incident, that one. We're going to go back and have another look at this incident involving the car of James Scott and Ross Rizzo as well. So there's a fairly big gap between James Scott and Ross Rizzo at this point. You just see, just so late on the brakes is Scott. And the gap just closes. He knows at this point he's already too deep.
Whoa.
And was a decent hit too.
We see so many incidents like that into that corner, isn't it? It's just so hard to get right. You think that, you know, you can brake right where, you know, you always do, and it's just that split second too late where you can find yourself, you overshoot it. If there's a car on the inside of you, well, most of the time you're going to be going to hit them.
So up through NASCAR 1 and 2, over 1 and 2, onto the back straight. And look at the run that Cracknell's got coming out of the oval. Not quite close enough to get it done into the bus stop chicane, and big lock up for Jack Boyd. He's going to feel pressure from behind now. Look at all these cars trying to swoop on him and run it wide. He's probably going to jump to the back of this train and start again.
Yeah, this is dangerous as well because yeah, you just find yourself dropping further and further back once you've got a train of.
Oh, here we go, 3 wide.
Together.
3 wide. There's contact between Cracknell and James Scott, and fairly heavy contact too at 300 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, I tell you what, it's that's dangerous stuff. Oh, give him a little bit of a rub on the way through, why don't you? Cracknell not holding back there, just letting them know who's boss.
I don't think Cracknell's too happy, and there's another big tap, and Cracknell's sent around.
Yeah, so.
Oh, 4 wide!
To see what happens.
Oh, and another car scooting through the infield.
Another car's off.
That's Zach Best, who's gone through the infield. We're going to stay with this though. Wowee, these guys realise that this is an endurance race, don't they?
Well, I don't think so, Jay. I think they think it's a 10-lap sprint race by the looks of it.
I'm just getting confirmation that there was a hardware failure for the 04 car, so unfortunate for Chris Robinson. He'll have to try and fix his issues for next week. Those guys look like they will be out of the race, unfortunately, at this stage. Been able to get back out there at the moment. Adam Gardner's jumped back out on track, but they are a little bit too far down. At the moment, of course, safety cars are a big thing in this series as well. So we will see safety cars at some point, which will bring the field back together. But I'm loving this sunset here at Daytona. It looks so good.
Yeah, it certainly does. It's absolutely fantastic that we have day-night transitions now, isn't it, Jay? It's something we were waiting for such a long time, and we've got it, and now it's brought a whole new element to sim race.
As it's just changed the whole dynamic of our events as we're on board here with Tom Freer. He's at the back of this train. It's now an 11-car train, so we said that the top 10 have broken away. Chris Coxhead and Tom Freer have been able to close up and got back into the draft. Wayne Pengilly is the back car in this group. And have a look at all of these cars shuffling from this onboard shot here. It is such a cool track, this one. Been so much racing here in the last week, and I still don't think it's anywhere near enough.
No, you're exactly right. You can't certainly get enough of this track. I absolutely love having a drive around it, and did the Daytona 24, or the official iRacing Daytona 24 once. Don't think we finished, but yeah, pretty cool track to race around, and iRacing have done a pretty fantastic job, haven't they, in scanning it.
Yeah, it's one of the more utilised circuits, of course. Next week here on the iRacing Esports Network, be more racing at Daytona, but it's the opposite. No Daytona Road Course, because the major series will be back with the Daytona 500, and entries are open for that. If you would like to race, as Brett Gerardis is off the circuit through the second hairpin in the infield, and we'll see if we can pick up what's happened. I think there's going to be a little bit of contact here with the Stealth SimForce car here.
Yeah, it's going to be some incidents throughout this race that we'd expect. Oh, very close here between Brett Gerardis. Oh, there we go.
It's contact with Bo Albert, I think, as he was holding the line. I don't think he actually did anything wrong there, did Bo? So it was
No.
stuck on the outside and didn't really have anything else he could have done there. But we come back live. We made a joke in the Formula 3 broadcast last night that Bo will only races at Daytona, and laughed that he'd probably have to race the V8. Well, he has.
And he's turned up tonight to have a run.
He, of course,
stuff.
won the official Daytona 24 last weekend. Last weekend, the weekend before, I can't even remember. There's been so much really good sim racing over the last few weeks.
No, it was the weekend before because the real life was.
Yes, it was.
Last
Oh, contact Cracknell! Another tap. I tell you what, Cracknell has been an absolutely punching bag in this race so far.
Yeah, I think that he was quite aggressive there, and he's just got to, keep his head cool and make sure that, it's a long race and he's got a teammate to be with, so just, keep cool. He has every opportunity to catch back up.
His first stint probably going to be a lot about understanding the car and how it's changing as the track evolves. Of course, the temperature is slowly starting to drop. The air temp still at 17.5 degrees, but the track temp has dropped a degree from qualifying. Of course, the sun setting means that we're going to see the race evolve into night in the coming about half an hour, 45 minutes. We'll start to see some really, really long shadows. See Matt Morris tucked right under the rear wing of James Scott. That car looks like it has slowed a little bit with that damage. As you said before, this track is all about draft. If you have got that damage, you aren't punching the hole in the air as much as you would like.
Yeah, damage is a big key factor, and if you're, all it takes is to be 5k down and the guy in front of you going down the straight, and considering how long this is, it can really add up very, very quickly.
It's going to try and go around the outside into turn one and do it with such a wide entry into turn one. Just ahead, a car off, that's Jacob Knight in the 21 car. He'll team up with Harley Haber. He's dropped from 4th all the way back to 11th.
Yeah, ouch. I think those guys will come back though, as long as they keep a cool head. And we'll see them right up the pointy end.
To watch Jack Boyd. Got himself recomposed. He's coming right up to attack Kyle Stokes, who's just had a lock-up. And we've got another car around. Mark's not going to be happy because he's going to have 2 highlights. This makes up for the one we missed last week, but he's had a bit of a whoopsie coming into turn 2. Has he been helped here? Oh, 3 wide was never, ever going to work in the 125 car. Kane Houston made a little bit of contact there with Mark Samuel.
I think for cars to go 3 wide around here, you need to have a lot of respect and know what that guy next to you is going to do. And if they're not so experienced, you see incidents like we just saw.
Yeah, probably an unnecessary move there at that point, especially this early in the race. As we go back up the field, it's Chris Coxhead and Mick Cracknell, teammates. KRF crew, and through goes Cracknell back into 10th position in his recovery drive. Also through goes Jacob Knight as well. Back up to 2nd and 3rd because Jack Boyd has gone through on Kyle Stokes. Positions reversed. We're going again. Of course, this race as well is a 4-hour timed race as well as 113 laps, whichever comes first, 650 kilometers or the 4-hour mark. But the pace at this circuit would dictate we shouldn't have to worry about that 4-hour time limit. We did see the time limit come last season twice in our 6 Enduros. At Nürburgring we were cut about 3 laps short of the race distance, and at Imola we ran overtime with time limit expiring just before the last lap was about to start, so we ran the full race distance. But it's caught a few drivers out. Speaking of being caught out, we've got a couple of drivers slow out on the circuit. Nathan Tregarthen, Simon Mazzomo, also Grant Caines, all slow infield. I think there's been an incident between some of these guys.
Yeah, might have to go back and have a look here, I reckon. See what's transpired there.
Whoa! That's a big off there for Nathan Tregarth, and Mazzomo also had a lock-up, run a little bit wide through the same corner. It's catching a few drivers out. Of course, the track is evolving. With these weather conditions changing, it's really catching a few drivers out that have probably not done a lot of practice in this track, especially with the conditions. We haven't raced here since we raced in the 650 last year. And it was one of the most enjoyable races we had in this series last year was this one. So I think we've all been looking forward to this one coming back onto the schedule again. But another thing that's caught some drivers out is that this track is not the track that we're racing in the official series on Monday night, so limited practice for some drivers.
Yeah, certainly is, Jay. It's what a fantastic track. I absolutely love it, and yeah, it was a real hit last season, and yeah, great way for second round of this endurance championship. It's yeah, and some new driver pairings as well, which is fantastic for these guys once you kind of stretch their legs and figure things out.
That's one thing I like about this series is that we've got all sorts of skill level, we've got all sorts of ability and all sorts of different driver pairings. We saw some really strong drivers and weaker drivers working together and worked together really well last round at Watkins Glen. So you can still get results even if your co-drivers are not evenly matched in regards to pace, as Jack Boyd is feeling this pressure from behind again from Kyle Stokes.
Yeah, here we go. Kyle Stokes, fantastic driver. He was, yeah, really kind of come on in the last 6 months, really, and I think that he will be one that will be right at the pointy end of V8 Scops one day, along with Jack Boyd as well. I think that his kind of, his career in sim racing has only just begun, so expect big things from him in the future.
You can see from this onboard here how hard it is to actually work out where to brake into turn one. So many different braking points for turn one depending on what line you want to run through turn one. It's such a difficult track. It's such a difficult corner, especially in a car that does not brake well. Makes it even harder. As just noticing David Kidman starting to close this gap up as well. He's doing a good job here in your favourite car,
that's
the yellow.
He's running. Yeah, well, that's the whole reason he's running great, because he's in the yellow. The yellow Commodore tonight, and no, I'm only kidding. Fantastic driver, really seen him come on in recent times as well. So, yeah, good battles throughout this pack, really, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. The lead pack sort of dropped off a little, except for the run into turn one, but this one's still ongoing. Closing up in the background, you can see Jacob Knight in his recovery, as well as Michael Cracknell, Chris Coxhead, and also Tom Freer. So this is 7th through to 12th in this train. Guys are going along quite well, and a good run from Pengilly as he's starting to pull away a little bit on the car of James Scott, and he's got pressure from behind from Jacob Knight. Wouldn't be surprised to see Knight make a run and move into turn one, because we know that Scott's compromised.
Yes, he certainly has. He's made a mistake there coming through the bus stop. He's going to get the run on the outside, but he's going to have to drive that little bit further distance.
With the turn one,
love it.
Good job. And a little bit later on the brakes is the car of Jacob Knight. Through he goes. Safety car, here we go. First caution period of the night is out on lap 13, so this will bunch the field back up again. Drivers will reassess and go again.
Not expecting that.
No, definitely wouldn't have been expecting it. It was a very early safety car period. It's surprising to see it so early, but bunch the field back up. We're going to go at it again in a couple of laps time, but I think everyone will come into the pits, assess their damage, assess their fuel burn, assess their tyre life, and go at it again.
Yeah, I think you're right, mate. We will see these drivers come in and make a stop, you got to make a stop and, kind of go with the field. You've got plenty of race distance to go. So, just play it, keep it cool at the moment and stay out of trouble. I think you're going to end up all right.
Help the likes of this car here, Middle Finger Racing 97 car, Danny Vassell. They are one lap down, but they'll come back through. And Brogan Pickett Norris as well in the New Zealand Sim Racing car should hopefully get his lap back and go back out. 2 retirements from the race so far. Chris Robinson, as we said, had tech issues. 04 Redback Racing Team car is out of the race. Also, Jeffrey Harley out of the race as well. Also had a DNS tonight as well. So Sean Thompson, his teammate, unfortunately having some issues tonight. So shout out to the Valkyrie Sim Racing guys who have not had a great night before the race has even begun. Hopefully the night gets a little bit better as the night progresses, as Jackson Suzlin Harlow starts to close up on the iRacing roof safety car. I love jumping on board during this section because you can just hear how much fuel saving is going on. 6th gear doing 100 kilometers per hour on the clutch. It's amazing how much fuel these guys are trying to save. The field is now neutralised with Jackson Suzlin Harlow leading the race. Jack Boyd in 2nd. Kyle Stokes in 3rd. David Kidman 4th. Ross Rizzo in 5th, and he's really holding up this secondary pack. Matt Morris in 6th. Wayne Pengilly in 7th. Jacob Knight in 8th. James Scott in 9th position. Tom Freer in 10th. Michael Cracknell in 11th position. Chris Coxhead is in 12th. Oh, Albert's got himself up into 13th. They started in 36th position, 37th position, 35th position, somewhere back there. Now up into 13th position. 14th position, Christian Smart. Kane Hewson in 15th. Brenton O'Brien in 16th position. Tony Gaffer in 17th. Jordan McDonald in 18th position. Brett Gerardis in 19th. 20th at the moment is Mark Samuel. Simon Mazzomo in 21st. Nathan Dragarthan in 22nd. We've got Daryl Hockey next in 23rd position. David Nedneck in 24th. 25th is Grant Keynes. Ryan Johnson in 26th. Boisler in 27th. Zach Best in 28th. Jamie Stovald in 29th. 30th is Daniel Stevens with Adam Gardner. 31st in the 31. Simon Vella in 32nd. Danny Vassell and Brogan Pickett Norris. The next 2 cars, they are 1 lap down. And we're about to see pretty much everyone jump into the pits here.
Yeah, we certainly are, Joe. We're going to see the whole field come in, I reckon. And, who's going to get a good pit stop? Well, I know that Ross Rizzo will certainly get a good one. And, Jack Boyd, it'll be interesting to see. I haven't really watched how his pit stops go as such, but I'm sure that they will be phenomenal.
Yep, and I don't think it matters too much about this pit stop now. It's not really going to be huge impact in how the race plays out, but we will see everyone come in the pit. You can start to see the cars now starting to work their way in down to the apron and work their way into the pits. We'll probably see just the 2 cars that are a lap down come or stay out on the circuit, and we're about to see everyone jump into the pits now. 88 kilometers an hour, speed limit 50 miles per hour. And this is one of the hardest pit lanes to get into at speed. Much easier under these caution periods with a slow entry speed. See who comes out first as we just see Danny Vassell get his lap back. We'll see who jumps into the lead of this race right now. Monty's just stepping out for a few moments and seeing a few cars surprisingly stay out. Grant Keynes has stayed out. Zach Best has stayed out. And also staying out is just being tricked a little bit by my timing, but effective leader in the race now. It's Kyle Stokes. No driver swap in that car. I've seen a lot of driver swaps, which has slowed a lot of teams down in regards to their pit stops. I also saw Simon Villa stay out. So I've got 3 cars that did stay out at the front of the field. 2 of those cars have already pitted to get damage fixed and refuel, but Kyle Stokes is the effective leader out of our lead group that have pitted. Ross Rizzo's jumped into effective second. Jack Boyd in third effectively. Jackson Susan Harlow, a long stop for him. David Kinman next. Wayne Pengilly. So out of the drivers that have had a driver swap, the Velocity Motorsports Magazine 302 car. Driver swap there, Stephen Grimer jumping behind the wheel. Harley Haber is into the Redback Racing Team number 21 entry. And Luke Page is into the KRF 116. So a few driver swaps happening. Lights are off on the iRacing first safety car. And we will go green as we come around on the front straight in a couple of moments' time. Big thank you if you are tuning in for the first time tonight here on the iRacing Esports Network. Really awesome racing and events coming up here on the iRacing Esports Network over the next few weeks. Of course, tomorrow our time, the eNASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series draft. First draft in history of that series has already happened, and the coverage of that will happen tomorrow our time. It's going to be a really exciting time for sim racing. $100,000 up for grabs in that World Championship, officially sanctioned by NASCAR. Very cool series. So make sure you do subscribe to the iRacing Esports Network, and you can keep up to date with everything sim racing and iRacing. We're ready to get back underway. Grant Caines leads this field. Be surprised that if we see, I should say, Kyle Stokes jump ahead and retake the race lead in a few moments. It shouldn't be too hard for him to get through. Of course, refueled, new tyres. Sun starts to set over the grandstands. We're about to go back under green flag conditions here in the West End Mazda Australian Online Supercar Championship. We see Zach Best pull into the pits, and away goes Caines. Very good jump. A few cars already switching positions. And look at the shuffling in that mid-pack. This driver's 3 wide very early. Ross Rizzo and Kyle Stokes trying to get through on these guys that did stay out. Car second back. It's car a lap down of Brogan Pickett Norris. Side by side, Jackson Susan Harlow, Harley Haber. Oh, there's contact between Haber and Harlow. It's going to get very fast in this stint. This is going to be an action-packed stint here. Just messed up a lot of team strategy. They would not have been expecting that safety car so early, 3 wide into the horseshoe. Brogan Pickett Norris, unfortunately, is around, stuck right in the middle. Oh, big clump of cars making contact with him as well. We'll get back going again, but we will get a LeBlanc replay and try and dissect exactly how that happened. We saw that Best and Harlow were going through. He just lost it on that concrete on the outside. Different surface can really distract and cause issues there. As we come back live to the front of the field, side by side here, Ross Rizzo, Kyle Stokes, and Rizzo goes through, takes the effective race lead away. The drivers still side by side through the bus stop. So leading the field still, Grant Caines yet to make a stop. Only car in the entire field that has not pitted at all. 1.8 second lead over Ross Rizzo, Kyle Stokes. Those two are second and third at the moment, but effective first and second once Caines comes in. Jack Boyd, Jackson Susan Harlow, Harley Haber. This is going to be an intense fight as Haber's actually already closed up on the back of Kyle Stokes. Side by side battling the entire way through this field. Incredible to see. Tom Freya and Wayne Pengilly side by side through the hairpin of the infield. We'll go back to the front of the field because Grant Caines, who was leading this race, is in the fence. Seen so many drivers in that section of the circuit making mistakes tonight. Another LeBlanc replay. Big thanks again to LeBlanc for their continued support of this series and sim racing in general. But just big lockup. Hit the grass and into the fence. Looks like I might have got away fairly unscathed. But Rizzo now leads this race. And look at Haber. Haber's got some great pace at the moment. He's tucked right in under that rear wing of Kyle Stokes. And we've got a tech issue as well for Ross Rizzo. Hopefully Rizzo can get this sorted, but this does not look good for Ross Rizzo at the moment. All sorts of tech issues. There he is reappearing, but what this is going to do is means that Stokes and Haber will close this gap up now with this draft down the front straight. See Jackson Susan Harlow starting to close that gap as well. Jack Boyd coming as well. So top 5 starting to form a bit of a breakaway, and late under brakes is Stokes. Big lock up. Almost contact, and Haber's going to take advantage and move up into second position. Good move from Harley Haber. Saw the mistake from Stokes as he ran too deep. Big lock up now. Jackson Susan Harlow up the inside. Jump back on board with Kyle Stokes. Not quite able to do anything to come back here, and Jack Boyd is right in this as well. Great little fight here for the top 5 this early stage of the race. Still 95 laps of racing to go. It's behind Tom Frere and Christian Smart side by side. Coming back onto the oval. Car having issues in the background. Stanley Vassell lost a couple of positions, got back going again. Jordan Ross side by side with Stephen Grimer in the ERT. It's very, very strange to see Jordan Ross in an ERT car. Still going to take a little bit of getting used to this change, but well done to Jordan Ross on getting that move done. Synergy Sim Racing veteran almost. He's been in that team for as long as we can remember. Now with Evolution Racing Team crew, as we come up to the front of the field, Harley Haber has some great pace. Now side by side with Ross Rizzo. Through goes Haber. He will take the race lead in the number 21 Redback Racing Team LeBlanc entry. And Rizzo now probably won't be upset at this stage to find himself in second position. As we said earlier, doesn't mind a bit of fuel saving. He doesn't mind a bit of fuel strategies. We've got big incident at turn 1. Christian Smart facing the wrong direction in a horrible position. There was another car involved there too. I couldn't quite see who it was. LeBlanc replay. So the 029 car involved, and Tom Frere as well. Smart just clipped the grass, wasn't able to pull it up. Frere was an innocent bystander in that one, an innocent party. Christian Smart just dropped a big chunk of positions. He's going to have to do it all over again to get himself back towards that top 10 area. As we go back to the front of the field, Haber's starting to pull a gap already. He's got it out to 0.7 of a second, but Jackson Susan Harlow is matching him for pace. Last lap by, Jackson Susan Harlow was the fastest car on track. Did the fastest lap of the entire race on that last lap by, a 1:44.1. And he's now ready to pounce and take this away from Ross Rizzo and take second position. Look at how much this draft will close the gap up. Already got 3 kilometers an hour of overspeed on the cars ahead. It's now up to 7 kilometers an hour faster than the lead car, but he's on the limit early, not even able to reach 300 kilometers. Haber and Rizzo are at 300, so Jackson Susan Harlow is going to be a little bit compromised come later in the race because he cannot reach that 300 kilometer an hour mark. A few teams would have strategized around what is the right gear ratio to run. Some will be running a little bit longer than others. Lead pack goes away again, and we just go back to the 6th and 7th place battle. Wayne Pagilli, David Kidman going at it. So Wayne's done a great job recently, really upped his performance. Been doing a very, very good job. Great to see. See Thomas Hinds get past Matthew Deere as well. So a few moves being made, but it was very, very long way to go in this race. Still 93 laps of racing to go. Still have one more caution period to run in this race as well. Just see Ryan Johnson get past Harris Simon Villa. Go back to what we were just talking about before, Wayne Pengilly. David Kidman side by side through the bus stop. Enzo holds on. Bring it back to the front though, because this gap has closed dramatically between our front three cars. They're going to go 3 wide into turn 1 here. You can almost feel it. You can almost sense it. Haber's going to have to try and defend this position. And Kyle Stokes is finding himself in a really good spot. A, to save fuel, and B, to pounce if there is a mistake from any of these three. But great racing to see. Under brakes. All tucked back into line, and they're getting a big advantage on that group behind. These guys here are doing 144s and 145s. The rest of the field are doing 46, 47s and 48s. So these guys are really starting to break that gap. 4.6 seconds between 5th and 6th at the moment as we've got another incident. It's Matthew Deere around at the hairpin. We've got another incident just ahead. There's a car off there. It's David Baxter. Tom Freer as well off the circuit. We're going to try and work out what's happened to both of these cars. Some strange incidents going on. We're just seeing here first, Matthew Deere made a little bit of contact with Thomas Hinds. He's been able to regather it and keep going. I'm going to go back now and see what's happened to Tom Freer. Oh! Need to have another look at that one because that was a bizarre incident there. Tom Freer coming out of turn 1 through the little chicane. Oh, he just got shuffled into the pit wall by the 125 car, Dion Peters there. Can't say the racing isn't intense here tonight, here in the West End Mazda Australian Online Supercar Championship. Have a look at these top 5, all fighting for the lead. Haver's going to try and hold on. Around the outside goes Jackson Suzlin Harlow, and he's going to try and take second away from Ross Rizzo. Rizzo is having nothing of it though. Through goes Suzlin Harlow. He's going to take that position away. Kyle Stokes now trying to pounce as well. We also saw that David Kidman did get through Wayne Pengilly, but he's been able to get back through his Wayne. So we'll come back to the leaders though, because this is intense here, because Boyd now trying to put moves on Kyle Stokes. All 5 of these cars all wanting to take the lead of the race, all wanting to get moves done, but what they're also doing, they're encouraging each other to pull away from the rest of that field. Saw Jordan Ross was in this lead pack not that long ago. He's now 9 seconds back and losing a heap of ground because he has no one to draft that has the same pace around as him. Making it very, very tough for the guys that do get dropped from these lead packs. Rizzo now closing that gap back up to Jackson Suzlin Harlow. Gets out of the throttle early to save a bit of fuel. He'll go again. Because this season the rules have changed in regards to driver stint limits. Last year we saw that there was a maximum driver stint limit. No longer is there a maximum stint limit. As long as one driver does not do more than 73 laps of the race. You also have to do a minimum of 3 driver swaps in this race. So we'll see all of these drivers get out of the car and get back in at one point or another in this race. Side by side again into turn 1. These two go at it, and Kinman might finally have this position. It's taken a few attempts for David Kinman to get through, but he's finally done it. Have a look at this big, huge pack of cars here behind Tony Gaffer, Luke Page, Mitchell Bales. Through goes Thomas Hinds on Bales. Also Mark Samuel, David Nedneck as well. Almost making contact into the back of Mitchell Bales in the MFR car. Mark Samuel hung out to dry on the outside. He's going to go side by side here. These guys, he'll have to tuck back in single file through that kink into the horseshoe. Going to go back up to Ross Rizzo, Harley Haber, Jackson Susan Harlow, Kyle Stokes, Jack Boyd, because they're shuffling side by side. Susan Harlow trying to get the move done to try and take the lead away from Jackson Susan Harlow, side by side across the line. That was the end of the race. We would have had Haber winning by not much at all, but we've got Luke Page around at the bus stop chicane, and he's had to escape back to the pits. We're going to get another LeBlanc replay. Try and work out what's happened to him. Luke Page was doing a good job, of course, teamed up with Michael Cracknell. Has he been hit from behind here by Thomas Hinds? No. Done that one all on his lonesome, and that's a big, heavy impact into the wall. Very, very easy to do there with the change of surface. As well as we saw Jackson Susan Harlow try and take the lead away. He's had to tuck back in behind, but he's going to go for it again. Contact between the two coming back onto the oval. And this is going to help Ross Rizzo with some momentum. Also Jack Boyd as well. We're seeing Rizzo still having those tech issues. Intense battle at the front of the field at the moment. Haber. Gonna have to give up the spot. Great move from Jackson Susan Harlow. Takes advantage at the last moment. But what it will do, it'll compromise his run out of the bus stop chicane. Rizzo, Haber, Boyd and Stokes will all have a great run here. And Stokes trying to run that wide line. He's actually had to give up a little bit of ground, so possibly a slowdown penalty for Kyle Stokes. Jack Boyd, though, you can hear him out of the throttle. Very, very smart strategy to try and save a bit of fuel. Haber back up the inside. This is intense. Feel for the 5 co-drivers of these guys, because this is the sort of racing that you don't want to be a co-driver for. Very, very hard to watch. Very, very intense. And have a look at Jordan Ross. He's closed up on the back of this battle we've been watching as well between Kidman and Pengilly. Jordan Ross is there ready to pounce as well. He needs to get through and try and start to close that gap down. It's going to be very, very tough for him. But he has gained 2 seconds on the leaders in the last couple of laps with those mistakes and battles that the lead pack has had. He has started to close that gap up. So we will see if Jordan Ross can close it up. Go back to the front though. It's Jackson Susan Harlow trying to get back through. Almost contact in the back of Haber. Jordan Ross has got through Wayne Pengilly, and we'll see if he can get through on Kinman. That lead pack has spread a little bit in the exit coming on to the oval. If Jordan Ross can get through here, just runs a little bit wide to try and see if he can break the draft, distract a little bit and get some momentum coming back down the circuit. Kinman done a really good job. Big moment though coming through the bus stop chicane. Very easy to lose traction when you try and get too aggressive. And this will enable Jordan Ross to potentially get through. It's on for the lead as well between Haber, Rizzo and Harlow. Will we see Rizzo try and take the lead back? No. tucks back in behind. Jordan Ross is going to get through on David Kinman. There's contact between them. Bump drafting, and oh, big hit into the back of Wayne Pengilly. And that's a messy incident, that one. Just as you start to talk up a battle, that always happens. Have a look at this contact between these guys. Fairly unnecessary as well. Didn't really need to have that bump.
By the sounds of it, I'm missing plenty, Jay.
You are. You've missed some bizarre incidents. You've missed some intense racing. Welcome back.
Oh, yes, I do apologise, everybody. I did have an important phone call I needed to take, but yes, well, looking at the at everybody's positions, it's certainly been mixed up a fair bit.
It has. We just saw David Kimman redress that position as well. It's always sporting to see a good redress of position when those sort of incidents happen. We're just seeing now Haber's broken a little bit from Jackson Susan Harlow, and Jack Boyd having his first look on Ross Rizzo. His lead pack is getting very intense.
Yeah, well, that's the thing about this track, isn't it? That it the lead pack kind of, it never separates itself just because, you know, the talent of these guys and the nature of the track with all the slipstreaming and drafting and yeah, you know, I think we're going to see that come right down to the end as we've seen in all the events that we've run here in the past.
Yep, 100% as we complete lap number 27. Sorry, lap number 26. Start lap 27. Into turn 1 again, these guys go.
David Kinman, he's a Kiwi, which I didn't realise until only last week, so big ups to David Kinman. Apparently he's a DJ and gets out there and makes music and stuff, which is pretty cool. He's to come here and have a run in sim racing at the same time, and he's pretty good at it as well.
Always good to have talents outside of sim racing. I unfortunately have none. Don't even have a talent in sim racing, so...
Oh, well, I disagree with that, mate, but, you know, I'm
good at making other people look talented. That's my talent.
You're good at talking about people.
I'm good at talking up people.
Yes. Well, you don't talk me up, so, you know,
Correct.
that's okay.
Correct.
Hey, one name that's out there, actually, tonight, I haven't seen running in the V8 for quite a while. That's Jordan McDonald. Yeah, sitting in P9 now. Had a bit of a run at the old dirt stuff for quite a while, but good to see him back out there having a run.
Jackson Susan Harlow got through into the bus stop chicane. A little bit of contact between he and Haber, and Rizzo now has got a great run coming out of the bus stop. Will we see him make a move? He's just got out of the throttle a little bit to save a bit of fuel and not have too much momentum. Don't want to get the moves done too early. There's a little bit of contact between Haber and Harlow as well. Below the yellow line too, so this is getting really racy at the front. Oh, and have a look at that. Around the outside goes Jack Boyd. And he's going to take third position away.
That was so keen between these guys. That's, wow, what great racing we've got here. Certainly nothing in it between these top cars at all. Giving each other respect, which is the best thing.
Yeah, great battle to watch. So, these guys are going at it. There are a couple of other battles, but it's nowhere near as intense as this battle here. It's battle for the lead of the race. All these guys have made one stop. Only one driver swap in this group, which is Harley Haber. Jacob Knight did the first stint in the 21 car. So they've got a little bit of an advantage in one aspect that they have already done one driver swap. Of course, you have to do at least 3 driver swaps in this race, as we mentioned earlier. Maximum of 73 laps per driver. You're going to go at it again. You can just feel it. You can just sense it. Rizzo, I don't think will be too happy to be back in fourth. He'll be much happier being in second. But a long way to go.
Yeah, I think that still, you know, fourth, you're going to save more fuel, especially if there's this line of traffic like there is, Jay. He's, he's probably, as long as he can stay out of trouble and these guys in front of him don't come together and, at high speed. If they come together at high speed, there is a bit of risk in him, being caught up in that incident. But yeah, certainly if he is in a good position here to just hang back and save that bit of fuel, and if he can manage to do that, he's going to be right there at the end of the day.
Oh, a little bit of a bump under brakes between Jackson Susan Harlow and Harley Haber. This is, tell you what, this is a very spirited battle at the front here between these two.
Yeah, it certainly is,
Oh,
mate.
and another tap.
These guys. Oh, tell you what, this is only bringing more and more cars closer.
Well, Jordan Ross isn't too far away now.
Yeah, no, well, he's right there, isn't he? He's just hanging on the back.
So Jordan Ross now is 8 seconds back from these guys.
Yeah.
If these guys keep bumping, keep slowing each other up, keep checking each other up, won't take him much to close up. So we're not far off the sun setting. The sun's now well and truly behind the grandstands. Have a look at the slide there for Jack Boyd. The track temperature has dropped even further. It's now down to 18 degrees. So it's getting very, very cool out on track as the weather conditions evolve in this race. As we've got just back in the field a little bit. Matthew Deere, David Baxter side by side. They've tucked back into line. There's a little battle pack starting to evolve behind Thomas Hinds as well. We've got Hinds, Gaffer, Bales, Nennak and Samuels. There was a couple of other cars involved in that battle earlier, but they have dropped off a little. Of course, we've seen a couple of bizarre incidents throughout this middle phase of the race. Or, I don't know, is it middle phase yet? Is it still first phase? I don't know.
Well, it's still the first phase, I would think. We're lap 29 through 113, so yeah, not quite the middle phase.
Jackson Susan Harlow just been absolutely swamped by Jack Boyd and Ross Rizzo. Kyle Stokes into the pits. This is interesting as he comes up onto the 30th lap in the race. So he's got out of that battle pack, decided to come into the lane. That will be for a driver swap and fuel and tyres. Of course, pretty sure they short filled in that stop just to try and get some track position. Got them into the lead of the race for that stint. So a good move. Jamie McKnight has jumped in.
Here we go. There we go. Good to see Jamie McKnight back out on track. He missed out last Friday night, which was the first event I've seen him.
Shouldn't be too upset about it though. He was in Fiji, so you can't really be upset about it, can he?
Yeah, I was just going to get to that point. I kind of would have expected him though to, load the rig into a crate and send it over. But
he's not committed enough, is he?
Well, that's debatable. That's over the top. But that was, that would be something that I kind of expect from Mr. McKnight. Big shout out to Jamie Ashley. Good to see him out there running tonight. He's a big supporter of us, big supporter of sim racing. If you haven't seen the interview with him, go check out Flat Chat Podcast or check out our Facebook page as well. We've shared it and have a listen to what the man behind West End Mazda, the man behind the car out on track at the moment, has to say.
Of course, West End Mazda, the naming sponsor of this series this year, along with LeBlanc, and new sponsors jumping on board as well in Night Rider Designs and Sam Blacklock Media. Night Rider Designs, of course, sponsoring the Teams Championship this year, which we will run through before the start of next round. No real point running through it too early on, as it doesn't really mean too much. About 3 rounds in, quarter of the way through the season, it starts to take a little bit of shape.
I'll tell you what's taken shape though, Jane, that's this battle for first, second, third, fourth, and well, if Jordan Ross can manage to catch up, and you may see him in the mix as well. But yeah, he's matching the lap times as Jordan Ross, but not quite in.
Big lock up for Tony Gaffer.
Yeah, huge moment there for Gaffer. Like I was saying before, Jay, it's such a difficult turn to get right as that turn 1.
I don't think you can get it right.
No, I've never felt ever that I've managed to get it right when I was running.
No,
that's,
neither.
Probably just because I'm useless. But
I wasn't going to say anything.
Oh well, we were all thinking it. I was just going to say it, but you can come in there and just not really feel like you brake and it's like, okay, I'll brake too early that time. I've got to go in a little bit harder, and you brake that moment too late at the next lap, and well, you're off the end.
You're in that tyre bundle.
So
it's a tough section of track. So we just watched Jackson Susan Harlow almost run into the back of Ross Rizzo. This is going to be on here as we've got David Nedenek around, coming through the bus stop chicane, and also Tony Gaffer as well. Sorry, that's through the last corner on the infield. I'm just going to go back and get a LeBlanc replay. Gaffer actually made a mistake. Or was there contact between he and Gaffer? No, just run wide, clip the grass. Now, I'm just going to see there's been a secondary incident here in this pack. Oh! So Nedenek just ran a little bit wide coming onto the oval and hit the wall. That's a bizarre incident. I haven't seen anyone do that. Definitely not in a V8 supercar. Just made a little bit of contact with the car of Mark Samuel and hit the wall. Bizarre.
Yeah, probably being on the gas too, Jay. It's that's such an interesting part of the track, and these cars are hard enough to keep in a straight line in itself and really get the power down. So that probably didn't help, and a bit more camber as you're coming off that turn, and you got the banking. So yeah, probably a few reasons why that happened.
Probably limited grip on the outside there too. Sorry, Fondy. It's just not the normal line, so probably no grip out there too as you're trying to get the power down, especially when you compare that to that inside line.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right, mate. Exactly right. It's it's a forgiving track, this one, but very difficult at the same time. And when you put a V8 supercar around here, it's you certainly have to be pretty careful on that throttle.
Change for the race lead. That boy trying to go around the outside, not able to do it at the end. Gap at the line was 0.0.
Absolutely nothing in it. It's I know. I guarantee that it'll be like that when we come into the last lap as well. Cars.
Oh, contact!
Lane. Oh, here we go.
Haber's been hit there by Jack Boyd. Jackson Susan Harlow's pounced. He's going to go from 4th. Up into the lead of the race. Haber's going to try and come back through.
Look who's hanging back, though. Look who's hanging back, right in there in 4th position. I saw him get off the throttle.
He's so gentle through the kink there too. He just got out of it so early.
Yep. Yeah, well, he's playing a smart game, isn't he? Like, these guys are racing, going hard, and so they should be, but Rizzo's just thinking, okay, I'm going to hang back here, not get involved. I'm not going to stick my nose up here, because when I come on the front straight again, I'm going to be right in it with these guys, and I'm going to save half a litre more than they are in the same lap.
Yep, of course, thinking about this race as an endurance race is such a big thing for some of these teams. They do it a lot better than others. Some drivers just like to get to the front and try and race away as Haber tries to go around the outside into the bus stop. And Jack Boyd, he's going to pounce on this.
Here we go. It's on again every lap.
Great fight.
Yeah, absolutely great fight, and we always knew that we were going to expect to see this. We saw in the Daytona, the iRacing official Daytona 24-hour, the photo finish in the GT class, which
contact between Jackson Susan Harlow and Harley Haber at 295 kilometres an hour. Both of them lock up. Over and under. Haber's going to come back through.
Oh, yeah. See, this is dangerous. I feel like these guys are going hard, and they're quite young guys. Having a good run out there.
Spirited, aren't they? Spirited is the right word.
Oh, spirited, yes. Spirited young guys. And we certainly expect to see both of these young fellas right up the front in V8 Scops at one stage. Tonight they're certainly putting on a great show.
These two guys have been touted as potential future champions in 3 or 4 years' time of all sorts of championships of Haber and Jackson Sleeves and Harlow. So big potential in these guys. It will be interesting to see how they go.
I don't disagree at all. This is the next generation of sim racing, and
well, the three actually at the front, really, isn't it? The top three at the moment are the next generation.
They certainly are, yes, and I think that Jared Filsell and those guys have something coming for them when these guys really get up to play and up to speed.
Gonna make all of the V8 Supercar running that we have here on SimSpeed TV on the iRacing Esports Network very, very entertaining. Of course, V8 Scops starts in 3 weeks' time. The weeks that V8 Scops are on, we will not be running on Friday night. So if you come and try and watch us on a Friday night and see that we're not on, just wait for Sunday. So V8 Scops starts very, very soon. Registration will open tonight at some point. We were hoping to have it launched before we started this race, but we just couldn't quite get it done as Arlo backed through. Good move. And here comes Jack Boyd trying to get through.
Yep, these guys are certainly going at it, but and Ross Rizzo's rubbing his hands together saying, come on boys, just keep going. I'll just hang back here and watch.
Yep, he's happy back there now, isn't he? It's just almost come to the conclusion it's just much safer and easier to be back there saving fuel.
Oh, it certainly is, yeah. It's the right call from Ross's half to just sit back there and cruise around. But, yeah, I reckon that Jack Boyd, he's a fantastic driver, isn't he?
He's come on so strong in his very, very limited time out on track. So just see Jamie McKnight, Simon Villa going through on the middle finger racing car of Danny Vassell is jumping into the pits. David Nednack also getting involved in this battle with Stephen Grimer as well. Almost contact between these three. Done a good job to get through turn 1 safely without making any contact. Go and do it all again and maybe shuffle positions once more. As we just see the 97 car, we saw it come into the pits. They have had a driver swap. Sean O'Hara has jumped into that car, and on screen Stephen Grimer and David Nednack side by side. Through the horseshoe, they'll tuck back into single file. Go at it once more. A few battles starting to unfold out on track as we just see Tony Gaffer almost make contact in the rear of Scott Clark as he tries to come back through the field. Of course, led the race at one point, did Clark, but he's now a lap down. He's unfortunately dropped a whole heap of positions. But behind Tony Gaffer, you've got Cameron Dance and Gavin Cox trying to make their way back through the field. Doing a good job at the moment. Here comes Cox looking up the inside of Cameron Dance. Not quite close enough. Go back to the front because Harley Haber, Jack Boyd almost making contact a couple of times through turn 1.
Just looking at the lap times of the cars on track. Looking at Jamie McKnight's time that last lap by pretty fast, 1:45.5. So new set of rubber certainly helping him.
Fastest car out on track is Luke Harvey in the Ace Tennis Racing entry.
In the 44s, the only one in the 44s for a while.
That'll make Brenton O'Brien pretty happy. He's laughing about the rumours that Luke Harvey's returning to ERT, and also that he accidentally joined in the Commodore, which when the drivers jumped into the session, saw that car with a TTR skin. So he actually was laughing that he's doing a run in TTR tonight, and his TTR run is over. I don't think he'll ever get recruited by TTR. Sorry to you, Brenton, but you know it's the truth.
No, there we go. Made a little mistake. These things happen.
Oh, here we go. Jack Boyd, look at the run.
Yeah. Doesn't really mean a huge amount, though. These guys have got to, well, I think, just play a little bit more of a smarter game and kind of, you know, just try and pull that gap from everybody else.
Just looked at something.
Ross.
Sorry, Fondy, I'm just going to draw your attention back to something for a second. Just looked at the live speeds in this front group. Ross Rizzo, 307 kilometres an hour max speed. The other guys were nowhere near that. We saw earlier, Jackson Susan Harlow wasn't even able to make 300. So that Trick Sim Sports car is well and truly set up for absolute top speed to be able to get that drafting move done into turn 1 later on in the race as the lights are turned on.
Yeah, well, I think that's exactly right. Yeah, it's all going to come down to that last lap, isn't it? And getting that run off the turn, you get the power down right, and if your aero's set up to certainly be faster than everybody else, well, that's all you need. You can kind of give up the infield sort of stuff if you're not leading the race, and catch back up on the straights. And if they've done that and saving fuel, they're in a pretty good position.
Yeah, 100% right. So we're just watching Matthew Deere and Gavin Cox go at it. Almost a move into turn 1 as Cox had a big lock-up. This is for 11th and 12th. Side by side through this kink does not work, and Matthew Deere backs out of it at the last moment. I was actually a bit worried that Deere was going to try and hold on around the outside, but that never works through that section side by side. Probably the one spot on the track, other than the bus stop, that you can't go side by side is he's going to try again up the inside here.
Oh. Yep. Dangerous part of the track to see. You're seeing him getting on the gas there, and the rear just wants to come around, and it's so wide that if you're slightly inside the normal racing line and there's no grip there, you're just going to really struggle. But he is managing to keep the power down.
Cox in the wall. Cox has hit the wall. That will absolutely stunt the momentum. I think it'd be enough of an impact. Get a LeBlanc replay and see if we can pick it up. Almost, I know, speaking from experience, racing a lot more NASCAR racing around here. Turn 2, if you're stuck on the outside, you can really wash up towards that wall very, very quickly. And I think that's what's happened there, as we're seeing his teammates in the 54 and the 42, both in the pits. We'll see if Gavin jumps in as well. No, we won't. Mitchell Bales has jumped into the number 42 Middle Finger Racing entry. Matthew Clote has jumped into the number 54. Sorry, Brett Gerardis is back into the 42 car. Let's go back to the leaders. Here come the headlights are on.
Yes, the headlights are on, and yeah, well, this is going to be a whole different kettle of fish for these guys, and the track tempo is going to drop a lot, and yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the cars go.
A car that's all about throttle control had no throttle control, and around it went. Cameron Dance looping it around. Good job, Cam.
Yeah, not very often we see Cam go around.
No, he's usually a fairly solid driver, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He has been racing in real life. Well, most of his life. I've known him since a very young kid.
Do you know what actually that incident was all about there? Was throttle control.
Yeah.
As our leaders are in the pits.
Control, mate. Here we go. So this is going to be interesting. Expect to see, well, all the leaders apart from Ross Rizzo. So he's going to continue to crank out the stint, I reckon. Yep. Let's see what sort of times he does and how hard he pushes. He's going to want to push pretty hard to not lose that, front pack when he comes and makes a stop. But if we know anything, it's that Ross Rizzo can certainly do a fantastic job in saving fuel and making a shorter pit stop.
So just waiting for all of these drivers to do their driver swaps, tyre swaps, I should say. Now comes James Duckworth first. The other guys are stopped for a very, very long time. I'm going to say that they've got speeding and pit lane penalties, both of the other two drivers. Away goes Jacob Knight, away goes Damien Johnson, and they've given up around about 12-15 seconds. That's a huge amount of time to give up.
Yeah, a huge amount of time, isn't it? Especially around this track. That's a dangerous amount. Yeah, you're not going to be able to catch back up with that.
And as we expected, Ross Rizzo has been able to go an extra lap. Will he be able to go an extra 2? Probably don't really want to go 2 extra laps. You want to negate the undercut as much as you can. Of course, it's going to be down on speed in comparison to what he was doing before with no draft. So the pit lane absolutely light up at the moment. 10, 12 cars in the pits at the moment, and this is going to be another one.
Here we go.
Oh, just
Rizzo in the lane.
Look at how busy the pit lane is. We've got cars coming out at the moment.
Oh, yeah.
Their leader now, effective leader, is James Duckworth. Teamed up with Jackson Suzlin Harlow. Very, very tough stint for these guys. The guys that have been out on track for a while, they've actually seen the evolution from sunset into the night. These guys that are jumping in for the first time now, 40 laps in, are really going to struggle with this. It's going to be really tough for them to get out and get comfortable with these conditions being so different to the last time they were in the car.
Yeah, you're exactly right, mate. And it's, you know, you cannot kind of simulate the track conditions at the moment when you're practicing or whatever. Well, you maybe can if you've got enough cars running around there and the track temperatures are the same. But yeah, certainly jumping in for the first time, it's not easy to kind of adapt.
Duckworth back in. Duckworth back into the pits. Now this is obviously some sort of mistake, so maybe that pit stop wasn't as bad as we thought from those other guys, and something's gone wrong with James Duckworth. Maybe they haven't put enough fuel in the car. Maybe they haven't even put fuel in the car from that last stop.
Oh, potentially. Let's see how long they stopped for.
So now our new leader is Jamie McKnight. Of course, these guys pitted 10 laps ago, so they've on a little bit of an alternate strategy in some aspects. They were leading the race coming out of our first caution period, effectively leading the race. They were in 4th position, but the lead cars out of the ones pitted under the caution. Now they're leading the race by around about 4 seconds over Forzen El Nabi, who's got 1.3 seconds over a surprising car in 3rd position now. That's the car of James Scott teaming up with Jordan Ross. He's just going to let Jacob Knight through, so Knight goes back into 3rd. But James Scott, that's the car that we said Jordan Ross was starting to close that gap. Well, no gap to close now because they're right there in this battle.
Yeah, they certainly are.
Okay, so they didn't fuel the number 15 car. There was no fuel that went into the car in that pit stop. So they've had to come in for a second stop. And they've got a speeding in pit lane penalty as well when they come back in.
Oh, you could see the pace that he had coming down. I was going to say that, and yeah, that's a rookie mistake. What's happened there?
Long way to go in this race. It's still got 73 laps of racing. Still have a safety car to come at some point in the next 73 laps as well. So the race is well and truly not over. And we've seen how big a curveball Daytona can throw up, that we're going to see incidents that will change the complexion of the race as well, no doubt at all.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I think the hardest thing is just because of the nature of this, and it's all about drafting, and you got such big long straights, it is going to be hard to catch up that minute 8 seconds gap that they currently have to the leader. Yeah, you're right, anything can happen. I tell you what, Jamie McKnight will be looking for another great result. Those guys had a fantastic first endurance round, and yeah, we're right there in the mix. I thought that they had a chance of taking round 1, but missed out there. But yeah, certainly a great drive from those guys. Yep,
100%. They did a great job in that first round. So just seeing pretty much everyone now has come in and made their second stop. Only one car left to make their second pit stop in this race. That was the car that did not pit under that first caution. The last car in the race to pit, which is the 069 Redback Racing Team Cedar entry. They are back on the lead lap now. They are yet to make their second pit stop. Scott Clark behind the wheel at the moment. 33 cars left in the race. We're seeing Zach Best also retire his car. So 33 cars left in the race, and 32 of those 33 are on the lead lap. Great to see. So we've got closest battle on track at the moment on screen. Daniel Stevens, Middle Finger Racing, trying to hold off Ben McSweeney. Back in 17th and 18th position. See in the background, Shane Rayner has a little bit of a whoopsie coming through the horseshoe. And he's given up a spot to James Duckworth, Matt Morris, and now his teammate in Scott O'Keefe through. Must say I do like these Gordon Road Motorsports liveries. They are really, really cool. Of course, the silver one we saw late last year, but that new white one just has a really, really sleek look about it. I really, really like it. Well done to those guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, couldn't be more right there, Jay. They really nailed it with that look, and yeah, certainly one of the top ones, I would say. There are some great liveries from everybody, though. Everybody,
Everyone stepped it up
always
another
comes out
gear
with.
this year, haven't they? So it's going to
Oh,
be a really,
and they
really
always
cool
do.
year. Yep.
Yeah, certainly one of my favourites would have to be the Redback Racing Team one that they've presented tonight. I really do like that new look and feel that it works really well.
Yep.
And I do look forward to seeing what everyone presents for the other championships, Fiat Scops, and yeah, they always seem to turn it up every year, don't they?
Yep.
With what they present.
And one thing too, the V8 supercars always look stunning in liveries. You see liveries out there that, you know, on other cars that don't look great. We just saw the Altus Esports big announcement that they're going to race in V8 Scops this year, and we might see those guys jump into this series as well with the two Warren boys leaving All Star Motorsports. Big shock, and also Sam Blacklock going there as well. But those cars look amazing on the GT3s. Those skins look amazing on the GT3s. But to see them on the V8 was just, it went a whole new level. It was incredible. Saw Adam Zeidinger from that team as well posted a mock image of them driving at Belle Isle in the rain, and it is one of the most beautiful images I've seen from the iRacing service. It's incredible shot.
I haven't seen that one. I haven't seen that yet, but yeah, it's you're certainly right, Jay. Simon Feigl and the Altus Esports guys do a fantastic job, and certainly are a force to be reckoned with when it comes to GT racing, and I look forward to seeing how they go this year in V8 Supercar racing. And yeah, it is great to see them expand into that. Bo Albert, though. How's Bo Albert? He runs with Altus.
Yeah, he's running out there as a special guest
job.
in Thomas Hins's new team, Sim Racing Channel,
Getting
with
some of that under there.
David Gibbons' new team. So out there, and Bo only ran this race, one, because it's at Daytona, and two, it's at night, means the headlights are on, so he was okay with rain. But myself and David Haynes during the Formula 3 broadcast last night were having a little bit of a joke about Bo Albert semi-retiring from sim racing until we race again at Daytona, and he's back out there again tonight. So great to see. And also, Fonty,
Well, he's got a whole bunch of.
I've just shown you that photo as well. Yeah, he's actually got a lot of new gear, and it's quite nice looking gear too. New wheel, new rig. Yeah, and the downfall to him is he's got a new girlfriend, so he probably won't be able to race it much.
Oh yeah, that certainly is going to limit things.
You're going to have a change for the lead here.
Stamp your ground. Stamp your ground early.
Well, then I'll know he's through on Jamie McKnight and lead now to the Trick Sim Sports at 0.97. 0.27 in second position. Third to Jacob Knight at the moment. But Jamie, as we said, is on an alternate strategy. 10 lap older tyres. Luke Harvey also trying to make his way back through the field, of course. His normal teammate is at the Bathurst 12 hour, that being Sam Blacklock in the Ace Tennis Racing entry. And shout out to everyone watching us tonight at the Bathurst 12 hour. I know that there are a few camps that have us tuned in, Fonty. Unfortunate for those guys to have to put up with us while they're at Bathurst, but probably better to put up with us on YouTube than being there in person.
Oh well, that's debatable, Jay.
Well, for you,
no show without punch. You know, we would turn up there and the life of the party.
Oh, don't know about that.
Oh, I don't know about that. Yes, but anyway, back to the racing. What we're here for. Fantastic battle going on here between these two guys. They're Jamie McKnight out there leading. He's going to let the car go wide.
Yeah, it's just
Anyone underneath him.
Lets Jacob Knight go through. No point finding that position. There's a car around there too.
Oh, yeah, I just saw that on the outside. Oh, who is that?
David Starton.
Sim Racing car.
Just looped it, locked it up coming into the chicane. Got a LeBlanc replay again. Thanks to LeBlanc for their support of this series. Great to have new sponsors getting involved all the time in sim racing. Sim racing continues to grow. Just the easy mistake there for Starting. I've done that one myself, so no shame in that one. We'll see that a lot more throughout the night.
I bet you have. Yeah, I bet you have, mate. It is an easy mistake to make, though. Very difficult.
It's taken you a little while to get that sledge in. Took you 45 laps.
Mate, I've been waiting all night. Oh, I know, I've been waiting all night, mate, Just got to get in when I can. But no, you're exactly right. It's a very, very difficult corner to get right. And if you're on the brakes awkwardly and you've locked up slightly and you hit that curb, well, it's pretty difficult to kind of regain stuff.
Did you just see there, Matthew Clode have a massive lock up into turn 1? But you're right as well, especially if you're tucked up in draft as well. You've ended up 5, 6, 7 kilometres faster than you normally would be, and then you go, oh, I'm at my braking point. Put your foot on the brake, and you're going a little bit quicker than what you expect. You push the brake a little bit harder, and all of a sudden you've locked it up. Especially with the amount of braking distance you need in these supercars, it is very, very easy to do.
Yeah, and just that awkwardness of the car getting unbalanced when you change that gear down. And once you feel it going, it's quite hard to regain, especially at high speed through that section. In GT cars, it's hard enough. Well, whacking a V8 supercar, it's twice as hard. These middle finger racing cars, Jay, they look pretty cool, I reckon, too. They're, fantastic design there.
Yep, really good look this year.
On the side of them. Big supporters as Wayne Pengelly, the owner of that company.
Comes Luke Harvey. He's going to get the run here on Damien Johnson. That was the car that we saw Jack Boyd with before, and Damien's doing a good job maintaining that pace in that car. Definitely not matching the one-lap pace that we saw, but just keeping it nice and consistent, keep it out of trouble, lap around at a decent pace. That'll put that car in a good stead when Jack gets back in the car later on.
Yeah, well, exactly. So, got to try and get this stint out of Damien's laps done and completed, and then really chuck Jack in there to finish it off. Yeah, just consistency is key, I think, for Damien Johnson.
See Bo Albert almost being able to make moves on Marlon McMullen. Marlon currently in 10th position. Those guys started way back down the field from what we expected. Those guys were probably one of the cars that we would have expected right up towards the top 10, but they started way back in 34th position. Now making their way back through, now in 10th. Now we'll see what they can do later on in the race. Few battles going on out on track, but the race has definitely settled a little bit. As we always see in this race, it goes off, settles down, and then we're going to be in for an epic finish at the end because everything just all heats back at the end of the race. But this is a cool little battle here between Adam Gardner and Matt Lepoitovan.
Yeah,
I got it right again. You got it right.
I'm not even going to attempt it because I'll definitely say it wrong. You're exactly right. I think that this is just one of the tracks that the leader can't. They may be faster than everybody else and have more talent, more skill, but they just can't drive away from the pack behind because just of the draft. It doesn't really matter how big it is. If there's two cars working together, they're always going to catch back up. We just saw it before. Ross Rizzo is miles faster. Well, he's 7 kilometres faster in a straight line when he was in a draft. Although the car may be set up for that, it certainly helps being behind 3 or 4 cars.
Whoa.
So if you work together, bit of a moment there.
Yeah, had a massive moment there. Just missed the braking point, as we said, but rather than lock the car up, just took to the grass a little bit. We're going to go back up the field a little bit because James Scott is feeling pressure from Luke Harvey here. Oh, big lock up for James Scott. Almost looped it around, just clipped the grass. Somehow held on, but we've seen so many drivers loop it there at that point.
Yeah, we certainly are, mate. It's, I tell you what, this track, now that the track temp is starting to cool down, these cars are not going to be as well set up, I don't think. Who's adapted their car to, work in both conditions, really, is the key factor.
I know that there were some teams that really sacrificed qualifying to ensure that they had the car set up for the end of the race. The second half is going to be completely under lights as we're now pretty much nothing left in regards to the sunlight. Lights are starting to take full effect and we're nearly halfway through. So we're going to see the second half completely under lights and the drivers or the teams that have really thought about this race going into the night will really pay off later on, and who can make the adjustments in their car as well through the pit stops throughout the night to ensure that they have the pace at the end. One thing to be quick at the start when the sun's shining on the track, and then now that we're no sunlight, the track temp is dropping. It's down to 17.8 degrees. It started at about 21, 22. So it's dropping and dropping continually. The air temp has also dropped. So whoever can work this out best, as we just saw Luke Harvey get through, they're going to be better off in the long run. Seeing Damian Johnson doing a great job here. He's sticking with Luke Harvey. I would have thought that Johnson might have dropped off the back of this train here. But he's doing a really good job maintaining the pace at the moment.
Yeah, he certainly is, mate. It's absolutely fantastic. One person who is doing a fantastic job, and that is Forza Nabi in that 097 Trick Sim Sports black car. He recently jumped in it, and well, he's pretty fast. He's certainly the fastest car out on track at the moment. And
was one car faster.
In second.
Only one car faster out on track than Forza, and that is Marlon McMullen. He's just got past Matthew Clote. Bo Albert's doing a great job too. He's the third fastest car out on track. He'll be the first to admit that he's useless in a V8 supercar. He's not as bad as he thinks he is. He's doing a very, very good job matching Marlon McMullen for pace by pretty much 2/10. He's doing a fantastic job as Bo Albert. I don't really like talking him up, but you're going to have to.
Yeah, well, you're exactly right. Doesn't normally run this thing, but I reckon he'll probably get the call up now with Altus entering a V8 supercar team. It's I think you'll find that Bo will hopefully jump out there a bit more.
Fingers crossed. It did remind him of his exploits at Mount Panorama in the Enduros in 2017, though, earlier, as we were just seeing Ben McSweeney was doing a very, very good job. He's just had a big, big mistake through turn one. He's actually hit the tyre bundle on the inside.
Oh, awkward spot to go in.
Seeing a driver swap in the 777 car as Pursuit Sim Racing has jumped into the pits. David Kidman has jumped back in. Michael Taliancic out of the car. Stephen Varga as well has just been passed by Marlon McMullen. Bo Albert's just got past Matthew Clote. That lap by, Forza Nabi has just picked up the pace too, as he's done another 1 minute 44. But yeah, Marlon's looking really strong here.
Yeah, certainly is. But yeah, wow, Forza super, super fast. He's out there by himself and cutting laps faster than the guys in a draft. So he's certainly not holding back. Jacob Knight, though, doing a fantastic job, sitting in P2 at the moment. Jamie McKnight there in third. Luke Harvey in fourth. These guys, well, Jamie McKnight's running a slightly alternative strategy to everybody else. He's now, how many laps has he done? He's done
19. About to do 20, yeah.
In this. Yeah, okay, so that's a clock over 20 laps. And then Luke Harvey on 17 at the moment. So it's going to be interesting to see if this strategy works out for these guys.
Luke Harvey in the pits.
Must have heard me calling it out.
That'll be a driver swap in that car, no doubt. But at this stage, you want to try and get your minimum laps for your secondary driver out as early as you can. Saw 33 laps from memory for Brenton O'Brien, so he'll jump back in the car now and probably run it to the next pit stop phase or until there's a safety car, whichever one comes first, because we will still see one more safety car period. I must say Damian Johnson is doing a fantastic job here, hanging on the back of James Scott. Very impressed with this drive at the moment from Johnson.
Yeah, there we go. Johnson is, yeah, well, I haven't really seen his name around too much, but Marlon, just behind him, is he's a fantastic driver in himself. He's won an official title before, and I expect those guys to be right there in the hunt today. Stephen Varga's certainly come of improvement in the last few months, running for Redback Racing Team.
There's been a lot of drivers really step up in the last little while. We said earlier about Wayne Pangilli, done a great job in his stint there. He found some really good pace, and yeah, Stephen Varga's another one. Damien Johnson in this stint now. We saw quite a few drivers really step up in the last round as well. Tyson McAvoy did a great job. One Performance Racing last round teamed up with Wayne Burke. So those guys not racing tonight are at the Bathurst 12 hour. So hello to those guys. Hello to the guys at OSR, and also to the Redback Racing Team guys. Fusion Sim Racing. You guys are there. All Star Motorsports also there, and a few other teams as well that are at the Bathurst 12 hour. We would have loved to have been there too, but we didn't get an invite.
Well, next year, hopefully, Jay, we will be there and be
crossed.
there in force.
We're looking at a move potentially on here between Johnson and Scott. James Scott gets hung out to dry on the outside, but you can maintain your speed up through the outside there. Of course, we're coming up to a one-line corner, but through goes Jamie and Johnson. Great move. Set that up out of turn one. Gets through. And now into fourth position. He's done a great job, but have a look at that last lap time from Forzan El Nabi. He is absolutely making an impact in this race. Last lap, a 44.6. Next fastest car out on track was, I believe, Marlon McMullen? Bo Albert, actually.
Yes, it was just faster. Or Jacob Knight, actually, he's right there as well.
Yeah, and also David Kidman.
Bo Albert. Yeah, so yeah, we know how fast Forzan is, and absolutely blistering pace at the moment. I must say though that Damien Johnson doing a fantastic job.
Yep.
He was not, he maybe a little bit reserved once he jumped in the car and didn't want to kind of push it too hard because he didn't know the track limits and what he could do. But now he's in the swing of things. He's really mixing it with these guys, and expect them to be there right at the end of the race.
Yeah, 100%. I think these guys are well and truly in the shout, as we've seen the 55 car. Tom Frere, they're trying to get a lap back at the moment, but a little bit of work to do to get that lap back. James Scott gets out of the throttle and won't get a move done. Coming into turn one, we cut back away from this battle because Bo Albert is trying to get a move done on Stephen Varga. I can't believe that we're talking up the pace as Marlon McMullen jumps into the pits. Can't believe that we're talking up the pace of Bo Albert in a V8 supercar race. He would be the first to think that we're joking as well.
Well, he's pretty fast when it comes to GT racing, and
well, you know what his practice was for this race? A GT race.
I look forward to hearing that. There we go. So
he jumped in during qualifying.
A bit different kettle of fish is the V8 supercar, but yeah, with patience and practice, you can certainly get up to speed reasonably quickly.
I think if you're a good driver, it doesn't matter what it is, you can drive it at a decent pace. So,
that would count you out then, Jay.
Yep, I've got no hope. The only thing I can do is drive my missus crazy.
We both do that.
We're nearly at the halfway point. We're nearly at the halfway point, Fonty.
Yes, halfway of this fantastic race. Yeah, it's always good fun here on a Friday night.
We do have good fun. It's important to have fun when you're watching a race that's a very intense and strategic one. I love the strategy in these races. It always adds an extra element that is really, really cool to watch. Speaking of things to watch, James Duckworth has pretty much stabilised that gap between he and Forzan El Nabi, dropping a little bit because El Nabi's pace is absolutely incredible, but it is a gap that is probably still they're able to come back from. If they can time a pit stop at the perfect moment for a safety car, they're back in the hunt.
Yeah, they certainly are. Looking at the lap times, Jay, a bit further down the field, Scott O'Keefe, that last lap by, he was right up there.
Yeah, good lap from him.
And yeah, 1:45.6, so probably in a tow. He is in a tow, so a little battle going on between these guys.
It's a good battle here between Kidman and O'Brien. Of course, if you do want to keep up to date with all of the timing in this race, from all of the different drivers. Have a look at this car around the outside. That is the car of Michael Cracknell. They've gone a lap down. They've had some issues, but if you do want to keep up to date with all of the times in this race, we do have them available on our website, SimSpeed TV /live timing. We're going to skip away from that battle we were watching. It's Adam Gardner, Chris Coxhead, and Matt Lepoitovan all getting involved in a battle. Coxhead was leading this battle. He's going to drop from the first car in the field, or first car in this battle, back to third by the looks of things. He's going to hold on and he's going to come back through. Take the position back from Adam Gardner, but a great little fight here between Zuva Racing, Redback Racing Team, and Stealth Simforce.
Yeah, no mucking around between these guys, right? It's intense battle. They're racing it like it's a sprint race. Haven't seen as many incidents as we saw early on, though, Jay. Everyone's kind of calmed themselves down now that it's getting into the night time.
I think the lead pack breaking up's probably helped that a little bit.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. That gap, though, between first and second, nearly 10 seconds. Forza now be absolute machine when it comes to anything sim racing. Oh, Albert, though. P7 for Albert. P6 now for Albert. Who would have ever thought?
Well, he wouldn't have, and we wouldn't have. So I don't think anyone would have ever thought that he'd be fighting for a top 5 in a V8 supercar endurance race. But someone said he did do a lot of laps a couple of weekends ago, but first thing he did ask when he got in the car was, where was the ABS button? So there is none. And the other thing, he was actually, his first couple of laps, he was trying to use the GTE braking points and didn't really get out of the pits too well. So he has struggled in his first couple of laps, but doing a much better job now and looking good out there on track and keeping nice and consistent. We're going to go back to that battle between Coxhead and Gardner and Lepoitovan, because David Kidman and Brent O'Brien have tucked onto the back of this battle pack now. So this is a true 5-car battle. There is also a lap car in there too. No, there's not. Sorry, my apologies. Oh, yes, there is. My apologies again. Michael Cracknell is in the middle of this pack, but they try and make their way back through the field. It's a real strategy game starting to unfold now. Teams trying to work out what the other team's doing, not trying to make moves too early. Work out what way to go about the rest of this race from here on in.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right, Jay. It's yeah, this is the part of the race where you've got to start thinking about that finish, and you know, if you're not going to win the race, or you don't think you've got the pace potentially, or your pit stops have slightly not worked out, then mixing it up a little bit, and it's just going to be interesting to see when this safety car comes out and how much that mixes it all up, Jay.
Yeah, 100%. It's going to mix up the field whichever way it falls. Some drivers are going to really benefit from it. Other drivers are going to be absolutely compromised. But the one thing we know is that the safety cars always mix the field up. As Adam Gardner goes through on Chris Coxhead, Matt Lepoitovan has held on from David Kidman and Brent O'Brien. They come around to start the 55th lap of this race. Still got 58 laps of racing to go. Almost halfway through this race. It has flown by at a fairly decent rate, this race. It's been an incredibly quick race. The pace has been really quick, with drivers doing 1 minute 44s and 145s. It's been a really, really interesting race as well. Coming into the second phase, or sorry, the second half of the race, I should say, the strategy games are really going to start unfolding, and that's when it's going to get really spicy.
Yeah, well, the drivers start getting tired, and this battle between this pursuit car, Penrite car, and we've got a middle finger car there as well.
We've got the KRF car of Michael Cracknell. As we said, that is a lap down. KRF. So he's trying to get his lap back, but not really the position you want to be in. I just saw Bo Albert go through on Stephen Varga, but it wasn't actually a real legitimate move, as Varga comes into the pits in the 868. Mark Samuel will jump back into that car. Those guys will be happy with where they're sitting at the moment. Net 5th position as it stands right now. They'll be quite happy with how this race has gone. So they'll come into their 3rd phase of the race.
There we go. So watching this battle here. On board with Chris Coxhead. We're coming down into turn. Pressing on pretty hard on the brakes. He goes. Oh, he's pulling in. Oh, he's running a little bit wide potentially.
And almost contact there as well.
He's done a right job. Yeah. Yeah. So that's just the thing, isn't it, Joey? You were saying it before. It's, you know, when you're in a draft and around this track. Oh, he's really closing up under brakes. It's yeah, when you're in a draft coming into these braking zones, because you're going so fast, your car is just, yeah, a different kettle of fish to pull up when you're by yourself.
Yeah, 100%. It just feels so different, especially as well. New tyres versus old tyres as well make a huge difference. So if you've been leading a train of cars from your tyres from being new to old, and then you get passed by someone that's fairly evenly matched with you on pace, then you're tucked in underneath their rear wing and draft, and then try and brake at the same point, you're going to absolutely destroy your braking point. You absolutely over-broke, missed your braking point, go straight ahead through the corner. So this is the first time that Coxhead had to brake at that corner following the car of Adam Gardner. He was leading that car for a little while, so he just saying something's happened here to James Scott. Is he out of fuel?
Let's have a look.
Something's gone wrong here for James Scott. The 26 car is slow.
Potentially, is he maybe a hardware issue?
Yeah, I think it might be a tech issue of some sort. It's been slow for quite a while. I'm not sure exactly what's going on here in the number 26 car.
Roll issues, potentially.
Yeah. They've dropped a long way back through the field.
Oh, that's heartbreak for those guys. They were doing such a fantastic job out there. One thing that is going to be an issue is Forznau Nabi will be struggling with all of these cars that he's caught up on. Well, that car's now, it's a bit of danger for him as he's actually coming into the pit lane. So
I think you're right. I think there is a throttle issue for the 26 car. I think you are right on that one.
Yeah, so it's one of the things we have to deal with here in the sim racing world.
This doesn't sound like it's going full throttle, does it?
No, not quite.
He's getting out of the throttle. It's just strange. It's so strange. I don't know what's going on. Because I mean, if it was fuel, you would have jumped into the pits on the lap previous. So it doesn't make sense as to what's going on as we're past the halfway point in the race.
There we go, halfway. Ross Rizzo back in the car, Jay. What a fantastic stint from Forznau Nabi.
Yeah, great job.
Light years ahead of everybody else.
Try and understand what's going on in the 26 car. If we can get some information, we will get it back out there to you. We'll find out. James Scott has brought it into the pits, and we're watching David Kinman, Chris Coxhead and Adam Gardner. Brent O'Brien, Matt Lepoitovan have dropped off from this train of cars. Hey, how's this for an absolute turn up? Bo Albert sitting in 3rd position at the moment.
Who would have ever expected it, Jay?
Well, we've said it how many times tonight, but nobody. Just seen Jordan Ross has jumped into the 26 car to try and sort that car's issues out. As up the inside comes David Kinman. Gets it done. So Kinman now up into 7th position out on track.
Yep, sorry Jay. It's good to see Mark Samuel still out there having a having a run, currently sitting in P17. Not a lap down, which is the last car on the lead lap.
Not long out of the pits though, so strategy-wise, they're still in an okay spot. I've had a couple of drive-through penalties. Of course, 30-second stop and hold penalty for drivers that hit 35 incident points out on track. Those two cars are the 666 car and also the 331 car. They've both received a 30-second stop and hold penalty for reaching the incident point limit in this race early on. May see that be a factor later on.
Hard. Yeah, well, it certainly does, Jay. If you have to make a trip down the pit lane one extra time than the other guys, it's never going to put you in a good position.
100% right. It does really impact your race. We almost see contact between Coxhead and Gardner here. A great little fight between these two. Through the infield section. Cars around in the wall. We've got a redback car, the 227 car, and there's another car there too. It was one of the GRM cars. Ryan Johnson and also Mark Dial involved in that. We'll try and pick up a LeBlanc replay and work out what's happened between these two cars. These two cars are not on the same lap, so they're not fighting for position here. And Dial's just gone back through and just contact between the two cars. That was a bizarre incident between those two there.
Yeah, certainly was a difficult part of the track. Okay, so he's probably a little bit
that was ambitious
there from the very ambitious. Should have just kind of maybe tucked behind and tried to get the run out and get past that way. But you live and you learn when you're racing, and that's what it's all about.
Almost contact. Adam Gardner comes into the pits. Almost contact between Coxhead and Gardner as he jumped into the pits. Also got Brett Gerardis in the pits as well in the 42 car. Our lead car that has come in and made that next stop is Ross Rizzo, currently in 4th position out on track. Next car that has made their 3rd stop is the car of David Kinman. They're a little bit on an alternate strategy as well. Kyle Stokes next. They're 6 laps into their stint. I'm starting to see quite a few more cars jump in for their 3rd stop in this race. We're hearing more and more people tuning in from Bathurst. Hello to everyone that is at the Bathurst 12 hour. Love having you tuning in. More racing. And what a day it was at Bathurst today with a whole heap of action and controversy as you would expect at the mountain.
Yeah, I
Mike Korolov's there
on
that he's waving his magic stick around, so just watch out if you do see Mike and see him with a stick in his hand. That is a stick that he does banish people in race control with. We did see him actually do alright in this race a couple of weeks ago. Surprise entrant.
Oh, I did. Yeah, I was quite surprised. Did a fantastic job, actually. It's good to see everybody there at the Bathurst 12 hour this year, and it's kind of the meeting spot now for everybody to catch up every year for the Aussie NZ iRacing community. And yeah, certainly me and Jay plan to attend. Hopefully next year we'll be there.
Yeah, it's been 4 years since I've been now, unfortunately. I haven't been able to go for a few years. So spent time building a house instead, so probably was a little bit more important than a car race in some aspects, but at the same time, Bathurst 12 hour is probably the best event. I'm going to say it's better than the Bathurst 1000. For an event to go to as a spectator, it is fantastic.
Yeah, I think you're right, Jay. It's become a lot more kind of international now, hasn't it, as well?
It's a lot more family friendly as well.
Internationals coming over it. Yeah, so I've heard. I haven't had a chance to go, as I said, but certainly on my bucket list.
Oh, SimSpeed will be there next year. Let's work on that. So we are seeing the Meadmobile making its way back through the field. Now in a 9th position. That gap between them and the leader, of course, the different leader at the moment. but it's down now to 1:07. The last time we looked at that, it was about 1:20. So they're doing a good job moving forward and starting to get their way through the field. They're just seeing Daryl Hockey. He's teamed up with Marlon McMullen. He's gone through on Zach Baker. CMR car pitted around about 10 laps ago. Now seeing Damien Johnson in. What a fantastic stint in that 38 car from Damien Johnson. He should be very, very happy with his performance there. Well done. He will give that car over to Jack Boyd, and it's going to be interesting to see how Boyd goes in this next stint. He'll have some great pace right now.
Yeah, he certainly will. I think that they're definitely contenders at the end of the day. If they started trouble, which I'm sure they can do. It's really hard to pick, though, who could win this race. Obviously, Forzan and Ross Rizzo, they're fast, but that certainly don't mean anything around a track like this. And as we see it all the time, anything can happen. So
they've got the two things you need at this track worked out, though. That's speed and strategy. They are very, very good at both of those things, as we're just seeing Kyle Stokes through and up the inside into turn one on Chris Coxhead. So Coxhead now drops back to 6th position. And Kyle Stokes into 5th. So good job from Stokes making his way through the field. It's a really, really mixed up field as we're now 51 and a half laps away from the end of this race. Jacob Knight currently leads. I wouldn't be surprised to see this car in the pits in the next lap or two.
Kyle Stokes with some phenomenal pace on that last lap. 144.7.
Not the fastest car out on the track, though. That goes to Jordan Ross. So whatever issue there was with that car is now fixed. Whether we've got the issue sorted for James Scott or not is another story. Hopefully he has his issue fixed as we go. David Kinman here, Kyle Stokes. So Kyle Stokes, as you said, he's got some great pace. He's just gone through on David Kinman, now into 4th.
There we go. So now he's got 2 cars behind him, though, which are going to be using him for a draft.
I was about to say, I guess he's about to start leading the race, but they've had to come into the pits. Bo Albert, if he had have been able to go one more lap, would have led the race, and that would have been an absolute joke to everyone else out there for letting him lead a lap.
Well, if Bo Albert is listening in, he could come in and have a chat with us, give us some experience, some a talk that gives us some wisdom, and yeah, let's hope that Bo Albert comes and tunes in if he doesn't stay in the car.
Ending that little battle, Chris Coxhead has jumped into the pits. James Duckworth also in the Meemobile. Pretty good stint after that issue that they had. I just want to try and make sure they stay on the lead lap. If they can stay on the lead lap, they're well and truly in contention. But Ross Rizzo now the race leader. Jordan Ross still the fastest car out on track. The only driver at the moment doing 1:44 lap times. Of course, as we've been saying, there is still another safety car to come, but nobody knows when it will be. I know when it could possibly be and how late it could be, but they don't know when it will come. It could come at any time between now and the last third of the race. So still a big window that you sort of got to take a gamble on and roll the dice on, isn't there? There's a huge opportunity for you to maybe get some ground or lose a big chunk of time, depending on how the safety car affects you.
Yeah, you're exactly right, mate. I think it kind of all depends on how many stops do we have to take until, the end of the race, when the safety car comes out, and that kind of determines when you're going to have a stop. Generally, you want to, come in if there is a safety car, but if we do see it at a crucial point in the race whereby you can maybe make it on fuel, well then you may just go for it and try and take the win that way.
Jump on board here with Tom Freya in the newest team out there in the field, Team Hyperdrive. He's got Brett Gerardis tucked right in under his rear wing in the Middle Finger Racing number 42 entry. I must say I really love those NASCAR style numbers on the doors of those cars. They look really, really smart.
They do. I've always liked them as well, Jay. Yeah, look absolutely fantastic, don't they? I remember when the Volvo rolled out in the real life supercars. They are the only ones out there with it.
I remember we did it in our talk cars about 5 years ago when we ran an Ozcar series, and we had the panels on the door and the numbers on the door, and they just look so smart on the V8 Supercar with the headlights ablaze and the number on the door. It looks really, really cool.
Closest battle we have on track is between
Pretty much between these two. Yep.
Yeah. These guys out there. There's a couple of close ones a little bit further back. Jackson, Susan Harlow is.
He's pulling away from Daniel Leet, so he's in 16th position.
Yeah. Yep. Can Daniel hang on the back is the next question, though. He's certainly catching him in a straight line.
Under brakes, Gerardus closes that gap down to Tom Freya, but not able to get through. Looks like Gerardus is a little bit stronger through the infield, but Tom Freya a little bit stronger in the outfield, and Gerardus thought about throwing it up the inside to the hairpin, not quite close enough to do so, and he'll have to go and make that move. Another battle that is going on. Just notice on the timing sheets how quickly this battle is closed up between Daryl Hockey and Mark Samuel. Last lap by Samuel, 2 seconds a lap quicker.
Yeah, Mark Samuel, he is a good driver, does a fantastic job there at Redback Racing Team, and yeah, he's not necessarily the fastest out there, but he certainly, you know, likes to get out there and have a good crack, and, well, pretty good lap time that last lap by.
You know you're going to get hate mail for saying that he's not the quickest guy out there.
Oh, mate, well, you know, we had a chat early on the week, and I think he knows that he's not, but
Gerardus through.
He's certainly doing a fantastic job on management at Redback Racing Team, and yeah, great things to come for that team in the future, I'm sure.
Yeah, 100%. They've got a really, really good development going on in that team, and you just see the results every time they go out on track. They're just always slowly pegging their way up the field. We've seen the evolution of that team really grow in the last 12 months, and it's great to see Redback Racing Team really doing a good job out on track tonight as well. Unfortunately, one of their cars, their 04 car, having tech issues early on, so they're out of the race, but 21 car doing a good job. They're just about to steal third position away. They've got some really good pacing cars. In fact, they are the fastest car out on the track now at the moment, the 21 car. So they just get past Jacob Knight at the moment, past David Kidman into third position for that car. Big gap between first and second out on track. 21-second lead to the Trick SimSport car.
Yeah, well, massive gap. Not 299k they're getting at the end of the straight in that Ross Rizzo car now all by themselves. So I'm interested to see the speed difference between them and the Kyle Stokes car. Tell you what, Jay.
Kidman in the pits.
So 300 exactly for Kyle Stokes.
They said Ross Rizzo 299. That was the pace that Jackson Suzlin Harlow had in draft. So that's huge. No draft, Ross Rizzo, Kyle Stokes reaching 300. Jackson Suzlin Harlow not able to even reach 300 with draft. So that's going to be really hurting that car later on in the race if they can get back up to this lead battle.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. It's all just setting it up, isn't it, for the straights? And they haven't quite got it right there, but this will be a big learning curve for them, and they'll be able to master it for the next time we visit this track.
Here comes Tom Freya back up the inside into the bus stop on Brett Gerardus. Matthew Deere and Adam Gardner have closed in on this battle too, and Jackson Suzlin Harlow is starting to close as well. So this is going to be a pretty big fight here for spots just outside the top 10. Tom Freya now back in the 12th position. Come through NASCAR turn 4. And have a look at Adam Gardner here, trying to get a move done around the outside on Matthew Deere. But I think he's pulled out a bit too early. He's not able to get it done. Brett Gerardus, though, he's going to try and go around the outside into turn 1. Is he going to be able to pull it up? There's a New Zealand sim racing car there too. Side by side. This is good. Good fighting. Oh, good move. He's got it done.
He has got it done. You don't often see that right around the outside. He's got the power down at the right time. He his tyres looking, and that
Freya
drive car. Yeah, Freya is struggling a little bit. Freya actually racing in real life as well, part of the Formula V association over there, and good to see him out there doing sim racing.
I must say that move from Gerardus was more impressive It was great that he got around the outside, but it was more impressive because there was another car on the outside of him as well. To thread the needle and get the move done as cleanly as he did, that was really impressive. The issue he's got, though, is these guys behind him look really, really strong coming into the bus stop in comparison to him.
Yeah, you're exactly right. So, Gerardus tyres, six laps old.
They're all pretty much the same as group, aren't they? Except for Freya.
Oh, yeah, apart from Freya. Freya's not on lap 19, so he'll expect to see him in pretty soon. Deere has the youngest tyres with only 3.
Oh, no, side by side. Oh!
Oh!
Gerardus backs out at the last moment, and also through Jackson Suzlin Harlow and Adam Gardner, and they nearly touch as well. Jackson Suzlin Harlow through. Oh, that was intense.
Keen move. Yeah, that was a keen move, that. Got it done, though. Fantastic stuff.
Get another look at that, because that was a very, very ambitious but good move in the end from Deere. I think very, very good racing smarts from Brett Gerardus. And just seeing on the timing, he's actually come back through and got the move back done. We watch the replay here. Deere actually got on the brakes earlier, but Gerardus just realised what was going on and just got out of it. But he checked up that rest of the pack, but he's already back through, which is incredible to come back live.
Yeah. And this is what you got to love about racing around Daytona.
Jackson Susan Harlow's through as well.
Oh, fantastic drive from Jackson. He was very, very fast in qualifying. We thought he claimed P1, but was just taken in the dying seconds by Forza Nabi.
Taliancic and Jordan Ross side by side. Oh, here we go. Into turn 1, side by side. This is not going to work, boys. Who's going to get out of it? Actually, sorry, it's into the bus stop. I was just seeing Brent O'Brien in the pits in the 215 car. They tuck back into line. Jordan Ross holds on to that 10th position. Jackson Suzlin Harlow's through on Brett Gerardus as well. So Suzlin Harlow has found some great pace in the last little while. Will probably pull away from this group. But Gerardus, Deere, Gardner and Freya, I think are going to go at it for a couple more laps. Freya, of course, does have to come into the pits soon, but the other three, I think, are going to continue on for this entire stint. As we start lap number 68 in this race, we've got 45 laps to go. We're almost into the final third of racing. If you're tuning in for the first time, hello and welcome to the West End Mazda Australian Online Supercar Championship. One of the biggest and more relaxing V8 Supercar series we have in the AusNZ sim racing community. Really cool series.
Jay. It's kind of, it gives an opportunity for those guys who are flat tack during the week and only have some time on a Friday night, late on a Friday night, to come and have a run. And it's really gone from strength to strength, this championship. Certainly the race administration do a fantastic job, and it is great to have the likes of West End Mazda on board as a series sponsor. Oh, just watch.
Oh! Gardner around.
Go for the Monk cars. Heartbreak for him. Adam Gardner will not be happy with that, but he's got away with it.
Get another look at that, because that's a little bit ambitious from those guys. It was a little bit racy, and I'll turn south very, very quickly as up the inside went Adam Gardner, and then still sideways as there was contacts, and probably not much that Matthew Deere could have done there.
Probably just jumped on the gas a little bit too hard. But yeah, what do you do in that sort of situation? He's chucked it in there quite deep, and there you go. So
he's actually still out of the throttle. He was out of the throttle when he actually made contact, so I don't think there was anything that Deere could have done there.
Yeah.
What that's done though, that's allowed Gerardus to absolutely break away. So Brett Gerardus is now, you can see there, it's 1.5 seconds separating those two cars. And Adam Gardner, a long way back now, he's actually just been lapped by Ross Rizzo coming into turn number 1.
That gap, Ross Rizzo to Kyle Stokes, 21 seconds, 22 seconds, so massive gap between those guys. Jacob Knight, not too far behind. Jack Boyd, he's got a bit of a gap.
This is an interesting fight, though, at the moment between the 26 of Jordan Ross and Michael Taliancic in the 777. These guys have been going at it for about the last 7 or 8 laps. Been a really interesting fight between these two guys as they just basically match lap time after lap time. They change position one lap, they'll change position back the next. It's always a really cool fight. These two guys are very evenly matched in regards to pace out on track. Also very smart in strategy as well. So these two guys are going to be really interesting to watch to come to the end of the race. The only thing to watch with this is the 26 car. How are they going to go when they do the next driver swap? It's going to be tough for those guys. Potentially, we don't know what exactly is going on in that 26 car, but do you know that there's some sort of issue for James Scott in this race? Of course, that car was right up the front. Now dropped about a minute and a half, minute 20 or so back. So hopefully those guys can get back through, but Matthew Deere and Brett Gerardis are still going at it. These guys now have to be a bit careful because if they keep fighting too hard, they may go a lap down. Ross Rizzo is not too far away from putting a lap on these guys.
Yep, he certainly is getting closer. And yeah, well, once you go a lap down, it's so hard to get back, isn't it? So, although looking at that, Ross Rizzo isn't actually the fastest car on track. There are a few cars that are quicker than him.
Right, fastest car at the moment is Luke Harvey.
Yeah, probably just doing the typical saving fuel that he manages to do super well, and
you're right.
expect to see Forsen jumping in the car, I reckon, to finish it off.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think we'll see Forsen El Nabi jump in. Have they done their 3 driver swaps? I believe Ross Rizzo started the race, didn't he? Forsen's done a stint. Rizzo, so that will be their third stop. Oh! Gerardis has a massive moment coming out onto the oval.
People really struggling with that corner. It is very difficult, and you have to be so gentle on the throttle. If you're slightly off the racing line, I think that with the track temperature like it is, it's creates a gap for mistakes very easily, that corner.
Well, talking about the temperature, we're dropped even further in regards to temperature. Sorry, Fonty.
No, you're okay. I reckon that Jordan Ross still has a big chance to get back in this.
Yep.
And I think that'll be between those guys potentially taking it to Trick Sim Sports. But you certainly can't count out that 027 car.
Yep. Even the 38 car still in it.
Slightly alternative strategy for Stokes. Yeah, I'll tell you what though, Jay, that Evolution Racing team this year in the V8 Supercar are going to be the powerhouse.
Oh,
they have
100%.
some serious talent in there, and they are the team to beat.
Oh!
Certainly. Oh, a little bit of a rub there, why don't you?
Yeah, a little bit of contact there between.
Stuff.
Just also seen Jacob Knight clear Kyle Stokes. Actually, sorry, Forsen El Nabi into the car. Driver swap in the lead car. Forsen El Nabi in for his final stint. Kyle Stokes in as well. Coming in to respond. So Jacob Knight now leads the races. There's a car around right beside him. Angus Perry in the New Zealand Sim Racing 056 car. Tell you what, that would have been a heart attack moment there for Jacob Knight as he sees a car sliding beside him. Was there contact between those two cars?
Let's have a look. Or a little bit of a rub.
There was.
Oh, yep. Oh, quite difficult though. You're not really. We nearly got away with that actually.
Oh.
Just not quite carrying as much speed, and I think that the redback car was just on a roll and it was going in one part of the track and it kind of know where to go. So
yep.
Yeah, unfortunate incident there. Oh, I'll tell you what, Jordan Ross get pretty close to that pit exit wall.
Oh, did you just see Jamie McKnight run off the circuit as he's come out cold tyres? Of course, cold track conditions mean that it'll take a little bit longer to get up to temperature. Some guys have probably tweaked the pressures as this race progresses. We're fully under lights now. There's definitely no sunlight left around the circuit at all.
Yeah, so what do these drivers do to kind of change their tyre pressures? Where do they go? What are they adjusting? One person who, Jay, well, I'm not, a little bit surprised they haven't a little bit further up. That's Marlon McMullen and those guys.
Yeah, back in 15th at the moment, not long after their pit stop. So, yeah, a little bit further back than what I would have thought
down.
Too.
That down as well. Yeah, slightly disappointing for them.
I think they'll get that lap back when the redback car, the number 21 car, comes into the pits because they have made their stop. Let's have a look at this between the ERT cars as they come around a lap car. Jordan Ross will go through on Jamie McKnight, but that was a little bit scary as they've got the Stealth SimForce car trying to get out of the way, but at the same point they've hampered that run. They've got through safely in the end, but Taliancic through as well. Just seen Stephen Varga into the 868 car. So he's back out on track in that car. So strategy now starting to really play out. Also seeing Luke Page back into the 116 car. So the strategies for all of these teams are now so different. This is probably the first race we've seen in this series in a long time where there's all different sorts of strategies all going to come into one at the end.
Yeah, it certainly will. There are some, slightly alternative. I know that, it's going to be interesting. I know that the Trick Sim Sports car will be right there coming out of the pits. I guess it's all just depend on that last pit stop. Yep, Taliancic put a mistake, but the 21 car is in the lane from the lead of the race. Are we going to see a driver change in that car? I'm guessing we probably will.
Yep, Harley Haber will get back into that car, and there's the swap. So Jack Boyd now leads the race.
There we go. Well done to Jack. He's really come on everybody's radar in just the last few weeks. Had a pretty fantastic result in the official series on Monday. And you expect to see him right there winning championships in the next coming years. Yep,
in the Aussie Driver Search official V8 Supercar Series on Monday night. He was fighting in that lead pack. It's a really, really good fight, and he drove a really mature race. But just seeing Jordan Ross and Jamie McKnight, have a look at this, up the inside.
Right up there. That was a pretty fantastic move.
That was,
say, well done, Mr. McKnight, on that pass. That was textbook stuff.
Oh, that would have been a little bit scary because I don't think he was intending on getting up there and making that move. And all of a sudden the door opened. He's like, well, I'm already committed. I might as well go. He actually clipped the grass on the inside as well and got through. Move done. Well done, Jamie McKnight. That one will be discussed after the race, I'm sure, between those two.
Oh, I'm sure it will be, but well done. It's really well calculated there. Or just a bit of luck, maybe.
He won't say it was luck.
What though? This is a great little battle. Teammates. Jamie looks fast. New set of rubber. Oh, he's going to give him a little bit of a love tap. Oh, it's dangerous, Jamie. Oh, he's going to pop out there. Break early though. Go. Static camera coming through the bus stop.
Watch this gap close between these three cars. They come down to the front straight. Will he be able to throw it up the inside? Not quite close enough in the end. So now that we've seen the 21 car in the pits, now got a few more cars back on the lead lap, which is always good to see.
Yeah, it certainly is. Gives you every bit of chance to get up there. Bo Albert, though, back into P3.
Oh my. How is this happening? What is going on out there?
What's going on out there is a great race around a pretty cool circuit. A track that I would really love to go to in real life.
Yep. It's on my bucket list of things to do. Love to go to the Daytona 24 and the Daytona 500. Two bucket list races for me. We've got teams praying for safety cars at the moment. They're hoping that it gets called at the right point for them. So we see, have a look at this.
Oh. Yeah, what a fantastic little battle there. Not afraid to make the move.
Right, between the Stevens, Bremer and Varga, that is. Velocity Motorsports magazine entry, and also the Redback Racing Team LeBlanc entry.
Hey, so we have got, Jay, Forza Nabi back in the car.
Yep.
And he is pretty quick again. Not the, oh, you know, he is the fastest, but you know who else is very, very quick? The only one in the 144s, Harley Haber.
Yep.
So there is a 12-second gap between Haber and the leader of the race. All on slightly different strategies.
Taliancic up the inside. Almost contact.
Make room. Oh, yeah, a little bit of contact on the exit. He's not going to be able to drive down. Oh, a little bit of. Oh.
That was a big bump between those two there.
Yeah.
That would have been scary for both those guys.
That would have been. That could have ended terribly. Jamie McKnight doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, he finally got ahead of Jordan Ross. Good to see him get that move done, and I think he's going to break away here. He's looked really strong in this race as McKnight. Probably been one of the top 4 or 5 drivers in regards to pace. So look at the gap he's already pulled on Jordan Ross. As Taliancic and Pengelly still battle.
Oh, who's going to get out here? Oh, this could be dangerous.
Oh.
How did they do that?
Whoa, it's not over.
Big moment there. Change his underwear, why don't you? This is going to leave the gap open there for. Oh, around the outside he's going to go. Who's going to have the pace?
Oh, this is going to be scary coming into turn 1.
This is going to be dangerous. We've got the pursuit cars. Man, this to pull up momentum now. Oh, on the brakes a little bit later. Is he going to overshoot it, though, is the next question. Oh, no, he does manage to just pull it up.
Good job.
Fantastic braking. Yeah, you saw the rear end just squiggle that little bit.
Jordan Ross in the pits.
Pengelly, though. Pengelly doing a fantastic job. I'll tell you what, I've really seen his driving has come a long way in the last few months.
So Jordan Ross is staying in the car, which is interesting. So I'm going to guess that James Scott has not sorted his tech issues. Yeah.
Oh, heartbreaking stuff. Potentially a throttle issue.
Yeah, I think you're right. Throttle seems like what it was to me.
Yeah, potentially the sensor is not running right. It looks like you still had throttle. I've had that before whereby you're not getting full throttle and there is nothing more frustrating.
It's a thing that you can adjust, but when you've been racing in a race and then go and adjust it mid-race, it just doesn't feel right and you just don't feel comfortable or confident in the car at all, do you? It's just not right. It's not the same. We're going to go back to this battle again. I thought it might have been over, but it's definitely not.
Here we go. was certainly on. How did these guys go?
Oh, contact!
Oh! 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 How did that? How did they get away with that?
I don't know.
That was probably not.
That wasn't necessary.
Yeah, that probably wasn't that necessary. I thought that was a little bit too aggressive, changing line like that.
Watch it again on board. There's already overlap too at the point he starts to move over. Well, it actually might have been just a bit of... Oh.
How did Pengilly keep that one?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. He was super lucky there.
Yep, definitely. Anyway, we continue on.
There we go. Back to the race.
35 laps to go.
On track. Yep, 35 laps to go. Closest battle we have on track is down for P20, P19.
Yeah, on screen here between Mitchell Bales and Nathan Tregarthen. So we can see Bales through on Tregarthen, through NASCAR 3 and 4, but a very, very smart line from Tregarthen. He's going to get the overspeed, but it's going to be for nothing because that battle is over. Into the pits comes Nathan Tregarthen to make his 4th pit stop in this race.
There we go.
This battle's still going,
Looking at the front though. Yeah, and also looking at the front though, Forza Nabi has closed up on Jack
He has.
Boyd a fair amount. Forza was in the 144s for quite a while. It has dropped back to 145.2, but still 0.7 of a second faster than that car in front.
So 3.7 seconds.
Out there.
Yeah. He's only 28 seconds off the lead too.
Closing in. Yeah, he is closing in on Bo Albert at a fair rate of knots. 1.5 seconds a lap, that last lap by.
Need to go back to this battle between these two.
Yeah, this battle just keeps going on. And, 5 laps, these guys going hard at it. Nearly ended up in the wall the last lap by. And this is really bringing in Luke Harvey into the mix by these guys battling.
Yep, last lap by, Luke Harvey was around about 0.8 of a second faster than Taliancic, and the lap previous was around about 2 seconds after they both had to get out of the throttle. So Luke Harvey's well and truly in this fight for a top 6. I've just heard a car blow up.
Okay, where is that car?
Definitely have heard a car blow up. There we go, it's ZB Racing entry at turn 1. They've made contact with the inside wall. They're already 9 laps down, so it's like their night done.
Engine has expired. Oh. This battle though, between 6th and 7th is not over, Jay.
No way, it is still absolutely roaring along. This fight between Michael Taliancic, Wayne Pengilly, Pursuit versus Middle Finger.
And about to have Ace Tennis Racing in the mix too.
Yep. Luke Harvey is right there now, 1 full second quicker that lap by than Michael Taliancic. So Luke Harvey is now pretty much in the draft range, under 1.3 seconds. He'll close up and really be in this fight. Interesting thing is...
Forzan.
Yep.
Under 2 seconds now. 1.8 closing very, very quickly on Jack Boyd.
Yep, coming up into the bus stop chicane. Last lap by, a 45.9 for Boyd and a 44.6. Incredible pace from El Nabi at this stage of the race. The track temp still dropping. Air temp now down to 16.7. Track temp down to 17.2. That is the coolest we've seen all night. So Boyd will come up to cross the start line to start his 81st lap of this race. What an incredible race it's been so far. It has been action-packed. And caution is out.
There we go. Caution out. Scramble to the pit lane, everybody. This is going to get these engineers' brains really working. And okay, what do we do now? Yeah, the dying stages of this race.
Everyone's saving fuel. Everyone trying to basically get their foot on the clutch and try and work out what to do. What we're going to do, we're going to take a very, very quick break. We're going to stay live. We'll go side by side as we refresh ourselves, try and work out what's going on at the moment in this race. We'll be back in a few moments here on the RSC Esports Network. We're at SimSpeed TV, and this is the West End Mazda Australian Online Supercar Championship. We're under caution. We've got 32 and a half laps of racing to go. When we come back, we'll go through the pit stops and work out how this field looks. Welcome back to the iRacing Esports Network. We are SimSpeed TV, and this is the Australian Online Supercar Championship presented by West End Mazda and LeBlanc. My name is Jay Kennedy. Alongside me in the booth is Scott Fountain, and remember to subscribe to us here on the iRacing Esports Network to keep up to date with everything sim racing related, if I can even speak English. We are under caution. We've got 30 laps of racing to go, and this race has just turned up to a whole new level. We've got one more lap under caution period. Fonty, it's just absolutely changed the complexion of the race, this caution period.
Yeah, it certainly has, Jay. It's maxed it up for the dying stages of the race. Drivers scrambled. We have got Forza now Nabi in the lead of the race, so expect these guys to do great things. They're not going to be able to make it home, though, I think, on one stop.
Well, they'll be borderline.
Stop anyway.
Be borderline.
Yeah, okay.
They're the only two cars that didn't pit. There was the 097 and the 027. They did not pit under that caution period. Everyone else has jumped into the lane, come back out. Some have splash and dash, some have done driver swaps, some have done everything that they can to get themselves back out on track. One thing that did happen under that caution period was a blown engine of the 666 car at the point of the caution being called. So the 666 now 4 laps down, or 3 laps down I should say, so throttle control. They're going to need more than throttle control now.
Yes, they certainly are. They're going to need more than throttle control. They need a whole new engine control to get them back out on track.
They've got back out there.
This race to the end is going to be a phenomenal finish.
We're ready to go green. Forza Nabi leads the field into turn 1. Green flag flies, and we are away back under green flag conditions. The field is going to swarm with the cars on the lead lap trying to find a way through from the cars 1 lap down or more. Looks like we're going to get through turn 1 safe at the front. Harley Haber, Jamie McKnight, Jordan Ross, Luke Harvey, the top 5. It looks like we're going to get through relatively unscathed. A scary, scary restart though.
Yeah, really scary restart, and your driver's got to be on their form here, because it's very easy that someone's going to make a mistake. Fatigue will start to set in for these guys. However, Forza now Nabi already opened up a gap.
El Nabi really has to try and capitalise in this early phase right now and break away from the rest of these guys. We're just seeing a few guys trying to make moves while the field's condensed. Luke Harvey, Jordan Ross, very, very close. Jump on board here with the car of Luke Harvey. See if he can get up and around Jordan Ross. Great to see those guys in that 215 car right up the pointy end. It's great to see all of these different teams mixing it up and different drivers that we don't normally see up the pointy end of these fields, working hard to try and get podium positions. Forza now stretches it out to 2 seconds.
Yeah, massive gap. Already opening lap, he's pressing on hard. I'm interested to see what this opening lap time is like compared to everybody else. Harley putting pressure on the car in front of him though. Jamie McKnight. Those guys, I reckon that they potentially, with how many laps they've done so far, they're going to have to do another stop, but this potentially could work out alright for them.
Well, what will happen is that the likes of El Nabi and McKnight are going to have to do a full pit stop. The likes of Haber, Ross, Harvey, Hins, Taliancic and others will have to do a splash and dash, sort of a half stint coming up to the end of this race, as we've got under 30 laps to go. Getting around about 22 laps to a stint, so 22, 24 laps, maybe 25 in the final stint, knowing that there won't be another safety car, so it's really going to be an interesting battle to the end as we go back to Jackson, Susan Harlow. We said that these guys, if they could time the safety car right, they'd be back in it. Guess what? They're back in it. They're in 10th position. They've got positions that they could gain literally right ahead of them. It's going to be an intense battle for these guys coming forward in the next few laps.
Yep, certainly is. Expect to see plenty of action ahead. So well, I'm really surprised we didn't see incidents in that restart. Those guys, everyone did a pretty good job, really.
Haber through on McKnight. The 21 car now, they got themselves in a good position to possibly steal this race away. Now, closing that gap, 3 seconds between Haber and El Nabi. We know that both of these cars are the two fastest cars. Car in the wall, that's McMullen.
Big. That's a big smash too. Look at that car, that is no longer a Holden Commodore.
Something, it's definitely not a Commodore.
Oh, that's, whatever's happened there has been a huge shunt.
Has he been hit, or was it all on his own? Oh, okay, the field ahead just checked up.
Oh.
And nowhere to go. Oh! Wow. Okay, so you said that we got through okay with lap traffic. You spoke too soon.
I did put the commentator's curse on that one. Oh, that's, yeah, see, that's the danger. Actually, that all started from the cars in front. When the racetrack bites, it bites hard always, doesn't it, Jay?
Yep, 100%. This is a track that if you do something nasty on the outside of the circuit, on the outside section of the circuit, it bites extremely hard. That wall, although it's got a safer barrier, V8 supercars don't handle those walls too well, so it's really going to hurt that CMR car. They've come into the pits, spare car, back out on track. They have stayed on the lead lap, which is a real positive, but not much else to take out of that little phase. We jump on board with Luke Harvey as he tries to hunt down the 4th position car. I find it really ironic that Luke Harvey's battling with the new Evolution Racing Team car. Luke Harvey, a former ERT driver, teamed up with the ERT team boss. It's a real weird dynamic in these two cars.
Yeah, well, it just kind of shows, you know, that although you can lead a team in the sim racing industry, you can still be friendly and still get on track and have a run together, which is absolutely fantastic. You don't really see that in real life, do you?
No, not going to go and see Roland jump in with Dick Johnson and have a drive. Jackson Susan Harlow through on Jack Boyd. Definitely not going to see that. These guys are going to go at it though. These two guys were really, really quick in that early stint. We saw that first phase of the race. These two guys were the pace setters along with Harley Haber. So this is going to be a really interesting fight between these two guys. They try and bridge that gap to the front of the field. 11 seconds at the moment. But the real gap that we need to watch is 8.3. That is the gap between Jackson Susan Harlow and Harley Haber. We need to keep an eye on that gap over the next 5 or 10 laps.
Yeah, we certainly do. I think that, well, looking at those lap times, the last lap by, there is nothing in it for those guys. So I reckon setup's probably quite similar. Well, who's your money on, Jay? That's the big question.
Well, if I say someone, they'll be the car in the wall next. So I'm not going to say anything because I do not want to get the hate mail for putting a commentator's curse on anyone ever again. I did a great job of it last night, ruined Mitch McLeod's race, ruined about 4 other drivers' races, so I'm not doing it tonight. The commentator's curse was the strongest it has ever been last night, so I'm not going to risk it.
I missed last night's race. I will have to check it out.
Of course, talking about the F3 Championship, the Oceanic Formula 3 Championship, broadcast here on SimSpeed TV. Our friends over at Oceanic Sim Racing.
Yep, and that's well, made the top spot in the highlights for January for the Irish highlights, didn't it?
Yep.
The battle that we had in that race, side by side action, took a few laps to make the top spot, which we're quite proud of.
Yep, our first top spot in the highlights for the month. Our friends at GSRC have had it a couple of times. The Race Spot have had it once, but that's our first one.
Yep, it is. Yep, big thanks to David Haynes, part of our comms team. He whacked that video together and submitted it to iRacing. And thanks for his support. Just watching the NZ Sim Racing car running off track.
Just doing a bit of lawn mowing through the infield. Pick up a better shot of that. That car looks a little bit second-hand. Jamie Stovall at the wheel at the moment. Just going to see it dart right and become a bit of a Briggs and Stratton. Come back live as we've just seen Jordan Ross get through on Jamie McKnight. Will McKnight hold up Luke Harvey here? It's a bit of a teammate play. The only issue is that his team boss is in that car behind him as well, so might play it a little bit carefully.
Yeah, no, I think you'll see they'll just race it as normal. They've still got, we're going to see McKnight coming into the pit lane pretty soon. I reckon they're on lap number 16, so give it a few more. He'll come in. Probably doesn't have the tyre life in him. Harvey's got 10 lap newer tyres, so you can already see McKnight struggling out there a little bit.
Yep, he's given up that spot there to Luke Harvey. Also tucked in this battle, not actually for position. First car a lap down is Matt Morris, but I think it's pretty much a done deal if you're a lap down now. There's no real coming back. Only 24 laps of racing. We're pretty much at the critical lap number now too. You can almost make it home from this point. It's pretty close.
Yeah, I reckon that Jamie McKnight will certainly be. They should be looking all right, I think. They've got a few more laps left in it before they're going to need to make a stop. Be another 3 laps. May need to save a little bit, but those guys can certainly be in the hunt.
We're looking at Jack Boyd at the moment. So just hearing behind Stephen Varga around the 868. Regathered it and got it going. Lost one spot, continuing on. Lost another spot right now to Matthew Clote, so back to 12th position. But Jack Boyd, Jackson Suzlin Harlow, their pace absolutely identical to Harley Haber, which is the car that they are racing at the moment. So they need to start to work a bit stronger together. Maybe even if they change position every lap so that their drafting actually works into turn 1. But at the same time, they don't want to give an advantage to their opponent. So it's a really interesting mix, a really interesting dynamic, and a really interesting strategy play at this point of the race.
Yes, it's all key. Strategy is key in endurance racing stuff, and you can certainly tell the teams that do it often and have really nailed it in with their communication, and they've just done their testing, and it certainly is the case for the leading car at the moment. Trick Sim Sports can't rave about them enough. I think the whole community knows how good they are at their endurance campaign.
Just seeing an incident coming out of pit lane between Redback Racing Team 221 and also the 331 Gorn Road car. That was a bit different. There's actually quite a lot going on in this incident here.
Yeah,
this is coming out of the pits.
Oh, he's given him a shunt. Oh, the Gone Road car was. Don't know what's gone on there. I think there's going to be definitely an inquiry into that one.
We discussed post-race for sure.
Yes, it will be, definitely. In the meantime, though, Luke Harvey looking very, very fast on the back of Jordan Ross.
Yep, and now look at how far they've pulled away from Jamie McKnight since they've got through. 3.5 seconds they've broken away so quickly. McKnight's under pressure now from Thomas Hinds. Fastest driver on track at the moment is Luke Harvey. Jordan Ross next fastest, then it's Forzan Al-Nabi. Yeah.
Yeah, so...
they got double draft too because they've caught up to Haber.
Yeah, yep. So these 3 guys have got to kind of work, really got to work together, don't they, to try and catch
bump draft, don't do that!
That's dangerous stuff there, I tell ya. But yeah, so we're going to see Forzan come into the pits very soon. Probably the next lap or the lap after that. We will see Jamie McKnight do the same sort of thing. But those guys are on a completely different strategy to, well, the other front runners. Is it going to work for them? Let's wait and see.
I think they've missed it by not pitting under that safety car. I think they've really missed the boat because Haber, Ross, Harvey, Kins, Taliancic, Harlow, Boyd are all going to jump when they come into the pit. So obviously these guys are still going to make one more stop as well. But their next stop is going to be so much shorter.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It's there's not really is it. Maybe we may see a mistake from Trick Sim Sports, or maybe they've got something in the bag for us, which I do not doubt in the slightest, Jay.
Well, my calculator's blown up trying to work out what's going on in this race, and I don't mind one little bit.
That's okay. That's okay. Let's just wait and see what happens. We're going to know once these guys make their pit stop. These guys being the second, third, fourth cars. I think that McKnight we will see go into the pit lane when Forzen goes in.
Yeah, I agree.
Try and stick to that. Hang on the back of them. We'll probably see a driver change in that 027 car too.
Here comes Jordan Ross up the inside on Harley Haber. Will he be able to get it done? It's going to be done well before the braking point into turn one. Through he goes. So Jordan Ross now second position in this race. What this will do if these guys continue to battle is Michael Taliancic is the first to jump and come in and make this last pit stop. This is going to allow Jackson Susan Harlow and Jack Boyd to start to catch this gap up. These two are working okay together. They're not battling. They're just lapping around together. The only downfall is their pace is nowhere near as good as Jordan Russ, Harley Haber and Luke Harvey. We're up for an intriguing finish though.
I reckon, Jay, this is, the endurance campaign in this championship is certainly one that's becoming very popular, and seeing the calibre of drivers certainly lifting every event. Jack Boyd, not quite the pace that I kind of expected them to have.
I don't think their car's been set up well enough for the night.
No, I think you're probably right. So they're 9 laps through their stint, pretty much on the same strategy as all the guys who pitted there. So anything can happen though. We are.
This is definitely not over.
No, lap 91. Lap 91 out of 113.
Jordan Ross will hold this second position for this lap. Going to go back in the field because in comes Jamie McKnight. I was about to say here comes Thomas Hinz to pass Jamie McKnight, but McKnight into the pits. He looked very, very quick on pit entry there.
Yeah, certainly did. As he pulled it up is the next question. I might go back and have a look at that myself. Let's have a look.
We'll find out pretty soon, judging by the pit stop time for McKnight, but that car was in 5th position. Kyle Stokes jumps into that car. We'll see how close, or how far down the field, I should say, that car is. Michael Taliancic, as we said, they only needed to do the splash and dash style stop, and they've only had a 15-second stop. We know a driver swap does take 30 seconds, so Kyle Stokes still stopped. 30 seconds has passed. He's nearly filled up.
So yeah, they're okay on their pit entry. Bang on, actually.
Will we see any change in this battle pack in the next little bit? Luke Harvey very, very deep under brakes coming into the chicane, into the bus stop. Will we see Forzen come in?
Well, yeah, I would think potentially.
It's going to have to respond at some point soon.
Yeah, you're exactly right. He's still got the pace in him, doesn't he? So last lap by, he's all by himself. 144.7, 145 flat that time by. So faster than the other guys behind him.
Oh, almost contact between Haber and Ross.
Oh.
And Jackson Susan Harlow and Jack Boyd are changing positions too. These guys are actually starting to battle. They are closing in on that lead well, that effective lead group, no, they're actually dropping. It's now to 10 seconds between Jackson, Susan Harlow and Jordan Ross. So these guys have now probably realised that they've missed out on this opportunity to catch that lead group. It's going to come down to who can have the shortest stop between Jordan Ross, Harley Haber and Luke Harvey. Luke Harvey finds himself in a really interesting spot here because he's not really fighting with Haber and Ross. He's able to save some fuel. He could jump these guys at the pit stop. It's going to be a really interesting fight as we come up now. Under 20 laps to go. El Nabi leads. Jordan Ross second. Harley Haber third. Luke Harvey in fourth. Thomas Hinds in fifth position with Jackson Susan Harlow in sixth. Jack Boyd in seventh. Stephen Varga eighth. Matthew Clote in ninth. And David Baxter rounds out the top 10 as is that up the inside. Luke Harvey on a lap car. That is one of the Stealth Simforce cars. What a fight this is going to be to the end of this race. Between Evolution Racing Team, Redback Racing Team and Ace Tennis Racing. Still got a few other teams that could potentially steal something as well. This is not over because this track bites and bites hard if something goes amiss. El Nabi to continue for another lap. This is now his 24th lap in this stint. Haber has another big lock-up into turn one. Almost contact between Haber and Ross. This is an intense fight between these guys. '66 car of Daniel Stevens, Middle Finger Racing car, is coming to make their last stop. Back out and running again, only a 10-second stop for those guys. So this could be what changes the complexion of the race. The length of the stop for these three cars is really going to dictate who will likely win the race or who will be in a great position as we get into that final phase of the race. Jordan Ross, Harley Haber, Luke Harvey, second, third and fourth at the moment. Forzan El Nabi leads, but will we see him in the pits on this lap? No, going to continue on for another one. So this is lap number 25 on this stint. Still lapping at some incredible pace at the moment is Forzan El Nabi. Just does a 1 minute 45 flat. Fastest car at the moment is Michael Taliancic. We said he's just come in, filled the car up with fuel, back out there on fresh tyres. A little bit of damage to the front of that car, but he's the fastest car at the present stage. Thomas Hinds comes in for his final stop in the 62 entry. As Jordan Ross, Harley Haber, Luke Harvey continue in their battle. Jack Boyd into the pits in the 38 car. Jackson Susan Harlow will continue on, but now with no one around to fight. I'll stay with this battle though, because this is probably for the race win. This little fight here, whoever can lead this battle after the pit stops will likely win this race. There are no other incidents within this field. Matt Lapoitovan and David Baxter also very close there, also fighting for top 10s at the moment. See Damien Johnson's jumped back into the 38 car to make one more driver swap to get their requirement, so that has really hampered the 38. It's a longer pit stop at that phase, dropped a long way back. Thomas Hinds back out in 11th position, ahead of Kyle Stokes, who obviously pitted not that long ago, jumped back in the car, so still a bit of shuffling and changing going on in this field. So I have to wait until this final pit stop happens to work out exactly where everyone sits and stands in this race. El Nabi in the pits, here we go. Just pulls it up. Jordan Ross now leads. It's absolutely maxed out on the limiter. Coming into turn 1, Haber and Harvey not looking to make moves. Luke Harvey looks like he's just happy sitting back, saving a dash of fuel. Saying that right on cue, he absolutely rips the tyres to shreds coming out of turn 1 complex. It's going to be an interesting fight over the next 5 or 10 laps between Jordan Ross, Harley Haber, Luke Harvey, as Forzen El Nabi still stopped for his final stop. Big lockup for Jordan Ross. Luke Harvey not quite able to get on the power. Capitalise. Jordan Ross just happy sitting back at the moment. It's an interesting battle going on as Forzen El Nabi has come out. And interestingly, come out behind Thomas Hinds. So Thomas Hinds finds himself in net 5th position at the moment, looking at who has actually made their stop. 6th position, I should say. The Zuva Racing car find themselves in net 5th. Michael Taliancic in net 4th position. Then this front 3 at the moment are your effective race lead. As long as they don't get a penalty coming into the pits, looks like this will be the battle for the lead. As long as there's no incident between these guys, this will be the battle to the end. I believe we welcome back Fonty.
Jay. Yes, there we go. Just a quick pit stop break for myself.
Harley Haber trying to get a move done.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. Harley Haber doing a fantastic job. We saw him win last Friday night. And yeah, drove a great race and really a force to be reckoned with out there on track today. Matthew Cloak doing a pretty good job.
Yep, just brought it into the pits right on cue. He's done a really good job there. I must say the middle finger guys tonight have done a really, really good job. They've really played a very, very intelligent race. They're just sort of taken their time, made sure they picked their spots, not fought in the wrong spots, made sure they've stuck with the right drivers to use their draft. They've driven really, really smart tonight. Really, really great to see. There's a little bit of contact between Jordan Ross and Luke and Harley Haber at the moment. It's going to be an interesting fight here.
Yeah, well, there's contact, but at least it's, you know, Rubbing's racing and these guys are still got their cars in complete shape and, you know, just battling it out to the end. It's great racing, really, and I bet these guys are smiling from ear to ear. But at the same time, they'll be
I think they'll be okay in the car. I think the co-drivers will be pulling their hair out.
Yeah, I guess so. It's hard to think, you know, what each driver kind of enjoys or doesn't enjoy. And yeah, if you're a co-driver and you want a good result, well, you know, you're probably thinking, oh no, here we go, all this hard work I've put in for all the week. And,
here we go.
Could be over.
Oh, Haber!
Oh,
big. Oh, did he pull it up? No. I don't know if he's pulled that up.
Has he not pulled it up? No. All right, I'm going to go back and have a look at that, because that was commitment at its absolute best. Let's have a look. Wow, that was serious pace going in there.
Really, really late decision. I think it was decided by the fact that Jordan Ross jumped into the pits at the last moment, still in second gear. Yeah, I don't think they've pulled that up. We'll be able to find out very, very soon. As Jordan Ross is away, Harley Haber still stopped. So I'm going to say that is a speeding in pit lane penalty for Harley Haber.
Oh yeah, he was doing over 100k when he come in there.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, definitely.
So Jordan Ross has come out around about 6 seconds ahead of Michael Taliancic. Chris Cox said, I'll tell you what, this car, the Zuva Racing car, was well and truly out of it around about an hour and a half ago. If something happens to Jordan Ross, it's between Taliancic, Coxhead and Luke Harvey now, as Haber's come out in between Thomas Hinds and Forzen El Nabi.
Yeah, there we go. So Forzen is certainly very fast out there on track. He is the fastest car last lap by. And what's the gap between him and the leader? Well, And currently to Luke Harvey, 48 seconds.
And we're looking at these guys that are making these pit stops now, doing around about 35-second transit of the lane. So looks like it might have been the wrong call.
I think so. But
Harvey
anything can happen if we know that one person can pull it out the bag. It's certainly
Harvey's missed his pit box.
Oh.
Harvey's overshot his pit box. So this has just absolutely opened the door for Jordan Ross to steal this race.
Just signed with a new team, moved from Synergy Sim Racing. I was not kind of expecting that, to be honest, Jake. And come on, running with Evolution, and what a way to stamp your ground within the team.
Harvey away. Very, very short stop for Luke Harvey. So he saved a bucket load of fuel. It hasn't hurt him too much because he's maintained the lead of this race. He's come out ahead of Matt Lepoitovin. And Jordan Ross is, what, about 4 seconds back? This is going to be a really interesting fight. Does Luke Harvey have to save fuel to win this race?
Oh, I think so. You got to. There's how much of a different stop is it? 12, basically.
7 seconds.
7 seconds. That's a fair old amount of fuel.
This fight that we're watching here is for the effective podium as well, between Chris Coxhead and Michael Taliancic. Taliancic possibly is saving a little bit of fuel. Coxhead is on the absolute ragged edge trying to get a move done. And not too far behind these guys, Thomas Hinds and Harley Haber. They have to watch out. Fastest car on track is Forzan El Nabi. He has just done the fastest lap of the race. The first time tonight we've seen a 1 minute 43, a 1 minute 43.7 from Forzan El Nabi. And have a look at how close he's caught up to Harley Haber.
Yeah, I tell you what, Harley is pressure for sure. Big mistake there from him coming into the pit lane. Well, he won't be too happy with himself after that. But hey, these guys, I reckon they still have a chance to certainly get on the podium. Harley is a very good driver.
Back to Taliancic and Coxhead as they continue to battle and continue to fight. 11 seconds away from Luke Harvey at the moment. And here comes Chris Coxhead. Matt Lepoitovin's jumped into the pits. At the front of the field is cleansed, and these guys side by side into turn one.
Coxhead's driven a fantastic race.
He has.
And, well, so has Taliancic. These guys, they're really quite strong when it comes to the Enduro campaign, aren't they, the Pursuit Sim Racing?
Yep. Well, anything in regards to fuel strategy and fuel conservation, they're always really strong. Saw some great performances in the Watkins Glen race as well. They did a great job. As Thomas Hinds has just been passed by both Harley Haber and Forzan El Nabi. That lap by Haber has set that car's fastest lap of the race, a 1:44.1. Forzan El Nabi, a 44.3. That's working through traffic as well, still doing 44.3s. Luke Harvey, we'll see what his first flying lap is, but Jordan Ross doing 1 minute 44.4, 1 minute 44.4 on his last lap. Taliancic 45.4, so I'm thinking Taliancic is still saving a little bit of fuel. Is Luke Harvey saving fuel is the big key. He's got 6 seconds at the moment to Jordan Ross and 12 laps to hold on.
Yeah, well, I think that Taliancic, Coxhead probably do have to save just a little bit. Well, the man who needs to save the most is certainly Luke Harvey, isn't it? He's
Yep.
Yeah, be interesting to see. So yeah, he's coming down the front straight now, and he was getting off the throttle super early.
Interesting though, he still was faster than Jordan Ross by 1/10 of a second.
Okay, so being consistent, carrying the speed. So Luke Harvey got to 296 kilometers an hour. Taliancic 298. And Coxhead, well, he's in the draft, 306 for Coxhead. So he plays a massive advantage. I think that Luke Harvey's in a vulnerable position at the moment, not having draft, but still doing a fantastic job with punching out some pretty decent lap times. Harley Haber, the only other, well, fast one next to those guys. Then Gordon Alnavi, though, fastest on track, 144.2. They're the only ones in the 44s. We've got the top two cars, Luke Harvey, Jordan Ross, 144.4 for those guys, and then Haber, Alnavi, 144.3 for Haber, 144.2 for Alnavi.
Interesting that Haber and Alnavi have closed up to Coxhead and Taliancic really, really quickly. Alnavi to Luke Harvey, I think that gap's well and truly too much. But you never say never in these sort of races, as Chris Coxhead's finally got through on Michael Taliancic, or has he? Side by side into turn one they go again.
Yeah, I think they have. I can see on the timing screens he has got it.
Haber through. Alnavi's going to get through as well. And Coxhead's going to lose out, trying to make a move. Oh, there's contact between Alnavi and Coxhead. Alnavi will redress the position. But Thomas Hinn's going to come through too.
Here we go. Thomas Hinsey. We don't see him racing that much, and we haven't given him that much camera time.
We've talked up his teammate.
Talked about him, really. We talked up his teammate, but normally we talk up him as well. He is, well, he hasn't commentated with us too much in the last 12 months, but he's a very good commentator, fantastic racer as well. Doesn't matter what he gets, and right up in the mix today. Oh, got a car on the inside of the track there. A bonnetless car. I'm not too sure who that is. But,
that was the New Zealand sim racing entry. Have a look at the gap between Jordan Ross and Luke Harvey. Remember I said not that long ago it was 6 seconds. It is now 4.
Yep, 4. Wow. So, hey, I must say, Harley Haber, fastest lap of the race, 143.9, the only one to get into the 143.
No, we had
oh no, we have
Alnavi,
sorry.
Not that long ago, did the fastest lap, yeah.
Sorry, I stand corrected.
That was why you just stepped out for a moment for your own pit stop.
Oh, there we go. Thanks.
3.6 seconds. Luke Harvey, 45.6. Jordan Ross, a 44.3. It is now down to 3.6 seconds. I think the Evolution Racing Team number 26 is looking like they're the favourite at the moment. Huge lock-up for Jordan Ross, though. Alnavi now has got through on Chris Coxhead, and here comes Thomas Hinds as well. In the background, we've got Stephen Varga and Matthew Clote. These guys are battling for a top 10. Big lock-up for Stephen Varga. He's going to give that position back to Matthew Clote. And in this one as well as Damian Johnson, this number 38 car definitely deserves a podium.
Dangerous stuff.
Back goes Varga through, and Damian Johnson's going to try and capitalise as well, as he's off the circuit.
So, I'm not sure if Alnavi is going to have the pace to get up there. So, Haber dropped off a fair old amount. He's got speed. You can see he's got speed. He doesn't quite have as much speed as what Jordan Ross does. Luke Harvey, I think, is really going to be struggling for fuel come these last few laps. They're going to be struggling to keep it inside the top 10 with their current pace, maybe, Jay? What do you think?
Top 10 they should be okay as long as they can make it on fuel, but that lap by only 0.3 of a second advantage, but that's all that Jordan Ross needs. He only needs 0.3 of a second a lap. Then you'll see another massive dive to the line. We saw in the official series, Jordan Ross was involved in that incredible finish at the finish line with his then teammate of Wayne Burke and also Ross Rizzo. Oh, sorry, and Forzan Alnavi, I should say. So We'll see if two of those three, or if just Jordan Ross will go at it again. El Nabi is well and truly on a charge. He is the fastest car out there by a long shot as he's trying to get this move done on Taliantic. I think at the moment Trick are really disappointed in how they played that strategy game.
Yeah, well, we've got not many laps to go. Lap 105 out of 113, so they've really got a charge now. But, yeah, no, you can see Forzan has definitely got the aggressive side of Forzan out now, and he's pushing on hard.
1.7 between our leaders and second place, and dropping. Luke Harvey in absolute minus 100 at the moment. He may be really struggling for fuel. And he's out of the throttle so early on this onboard.
Yeah.
This is really not gone to plan for the 215. These guys are really, really short on fuel. They're going to have to wait for Jordan Ross to come by and hopefully save a bit of fuel in the draft and then be able to come back. Maybe that's what he's doing at the moment, trying to save fuel and bring Jordan Ross back to him, bring the pack back to him so that he can save some fuel.
Yeah, well,
out of the throttle well before the finish line.
Oh, yeah, well, look at the time, 147.2 for Harvey, so nearly 3 seconds a lap slower than the cars chasing him down. He's, yeah, for him to make it home, going to be a bit of an ask. I think out of the top 10, may even be in the question potentially, but let's wait and see. I know that Forzan is not quite the fastest on that last lap. We did see him battle with Taliantic though. He is closing that gap down to Haber.
This is getting pretty intense between our first and second place cars. You can still hear Luke Harvey in absolute fuel conservation mode, trying to save every single drop of fuel he can. We're probably going to see a move under brakes into the chicane here with the new race leader. So it was a huge discrepancy between these two cars in fuel, or in pit stop time last time, by 12.3 for Harvey and 19.8. That's a 7-second difference in fuel. That's about 25 litres in fuel difference between those two cars at the stop. That is a huge difference.
Yeah, massive difference, and yeah, it's disappointing for those guys. So Jordan Ross now leads this race. I reckon that it's going to be pretty hard pressed to beat them now. There is a 9.3 second gap between themselves and Harley Haber, which it's going to be hard for Haber to close that up unless Jordan miraculously has some fuel that he needs to save. It's going to be pretty hard pressed to catch him, I reckon. I think that the podium will definitely be
contact!
Jordan Ross.
El Nabi around!
Whoa, there we go. I was just about to say it, that I thought that El Nabi would get third. I don't know if that's going to be in it anymore. Wow, how it all can change.
So that's between Haber and... So Haber had contact with Jordan McDonnell, and as they've rejoined, watch McDonnell here. He comes back onto the circuit and bang straight into the side of Forzan El Nabi. El Nabi did absolutely nothing wrong there, and that has absolutely hurt his race.
Heartbreak to those guys.
So this battle now is for 4th and 5th. Chris Coxhead's not too far off this fight as well.
No, under a second for Croxhead. 0.1 for Thomas Hinds. I honestly didn't expect those boys between Thomas Hinds and Bo Albert to be there where they are. But yeah, fantastic job.
I'm wondering if Haber's got any damage too, because he looks like he's slowed down a little bit. Taliantic, Hinds and Coxhead have all closed up.
Yeah, let's see what speed he gets in a straight line. Oh, yeah, okay, I think that he is actually lifting off. maybe. No. Let's see what he's going to get.
He's down on speed. 292 is all he can get to.
Okay, so this could play a big part in it. We've got Taliancic behind. The car looks in pretty good nick.
Jordan Ross last lap by matched Luke Harvey for pace. So is Luke Harvey able to save enough fuel when he's in traffic, when he's behind another car? Possibly. But he's had to save a heap of fuel to get in this position.
So, not long left to go, Jay. 5 laps. It's a pretty intense race so far, haven't we? It's throwing the cat amongst the pigeons. I tell you what, Forza now, Navi will be disappointed with that. This
Well, that's an understatement.
Now, an understatement, yes. Maybe a few curse words coming out.
Oh, Haber's hit the wall!
Haber.
He's hit the wall under brakes.
Oh, that will certainly. Oh, look at that right rear. It's crabbing now. It's struggling. Yep. He has done something to that suspension.
Yep.
Haber will be absolutely gutted. He was pressing on pretty hard. Oh, heartbreak for them. So our podium at the moment.
Oh, have a look at Coxhead. He's going to take 3 for 1.
Oh,
He's going to go from 6th to 3rd in one corner. Chris Coxhead, what a move! Up the inside.
Fantastic.
Oh, he's locked it up. He's missed it though.
He's not going to be able to pull it up.
And Haber's going to come back through.
So Haber's going to go back. Wow.
What a fight here. Hins now trying to get this position. Can he do it? Can Haber hold on? These guys are absolutely losing the leaders. Jordan Ross, Luke Harvey are breaking away. Forza Nabi starting to slowly close up on these guys, but he has a bit of damage as well, so he's not up to normal pace. What a race this has been. 4.5 laps to go.
Oh.
It's intense. Luke Harvey actually is the fastest car out on track. I'm absolutely amazed to say that, but right now Luke Harvey is the fastest car on track. How is that possible?
Yeah, wow. Wow is all I have to say. It's absolutely fantastic what we've seen here today. It's, I did not expect a lot of this to happen. And that's just the joy of the Australian Online Supercar Championship.
Thomas ends up the inside.
Hins into 3rd place. Who would have thought it?
Not me. Not me.
And their car's pretty straight too.
Wow. I've got a funny feeling that Luke Harvey is okay on fuel. He just, again, the fastest car out on track. I think he saved enough fuel. Look at how close he is now to Jordan Ross. We counted him out about 10 minutes ago. He's back in it.
Well, I counted him out. I said
I did too.
Top 10, but he's changed and he's right there. 145 flat. He is the fastest car out on the track at the moment. Battle back here. Oh, look at that 21 car. Does not look in good shape.
No.
Harley's doing a pretty good job at.
He's doing a great job to hold that pace, isn't he? Is big lock up for Hins.
Isn't it? Oh. You can tell he's done a few laps around here, can't you?
Yep. Oh, is he going to be able to hold on being around the outside? Big drift. And he's going to throw it up the inside as well. What a race. What a battle. Haber back through.
Yeah, wow. Wow is all I have to say, Jay. Oh, a little bit of a touch there too. Lindsay doing a fantastic job.
Oh, Taliancic, a big moment.
Wow. That was huge. I tell you what, he's lost all his run, and this is going to keep the door open for Coxhead now.
Going to go back to the leaders because have a look at Luke Harvey here. He's going to get a run coming out of the chicane. Has he saved enough fuel? He looks the closest he has been since he let that lead go to Jordan Ross. Oh, remember before you said don't know who to put money on? Even more so now. We have a new leader. Luke Harvey is officially back in the lead of this race. They've crossed the line with 0.003 of a second separating them. Luke Harvey through. Big lock off for Jordan Ross. And they've hit.
Contact. Now this could definitely swing it up because that was a fair old hit between those two guys. Has Luke established some damage on that left front?
Thomas Hinds through again on Harley Haber. Is he able to hold it up? Yes, he is. Taliancic and Coxhead also pull it up.
Supercar in there. Yeah, there we go.
El Nabi's closing on those guys as well, but I don't think there's going to be enough time left. 3 laps to go. We are nowhere near the time certainty of this finishing. So we've still got half an hour left on the clock. That is how quick the pace of this race has been tonight. 4-hour race. We've still got half an hour free. It's a big, big moment for Luke Harvey, and he's dropped a huge amount of time. Go back to the battle for third for a moment. Hinds doing enough for now. Harley Haber, is he able to hold on? He's really, really struggling with that car. But I must say, for him to maintain the pace that he's got at the moment is so impressive. Luke Harvey, again last lap, was the fastest car out on track.
What a fantastic race we've had. I did not expect Harvey to even be in the mix here, but I tell you what, Jordan Ross is a great peddler.
Here comes Luke Harvey
Great
again.
Operator. It's going to be that last lap dash, Jay.
It is.
I think that, he's just practicing lining up potentially.
Yep.
2 laps to go. You've got to stick behind. Maybe Jordan Ross will just hang in there, I think, and hang up the back and then go, all right, I'm going to set you up now.
Well, he's still saving fuel while he's there, isn't he?
No, he is. You're exactly right. We've got Thomas Hinds here. We've got Harley Haber with a very damaged car. Taliancic sitting in 5th place.
Oh, big lock up for Thomas Hinds. He's missed the apex again. Haber coming through. There's contact between them. Hinds around. Taliancic through. And that is the heartbreak for Hinds and Bo. Taliancic now into third position. Will Coxhead be able to take that through? Luke Harvey started to pull a gap on Jordan Ross. This is not how I expected this to go.
No, this is not how I expected this to go at all. It's going to be interesting to see who's got that pace on the end of the straight. Harvey must have done a fantastic job at saving that fuel. This isn't over though, Jay. We are about to cross over for 1 lap to go. Come through the bus stop. The main straight now. Here
we go! Coxhead! Coxhead up the inside of the bus stop!
No,
just pulls it up.
Out. Yep. There we go, but that's going to unsettle Taliancic coming off the turn and give every bit of
Hinsey!
track. Oh!
Straight ahead through the bus stop.
Yeah, but that's going to hold up Haber at the same time.
White flag in the air. This is the last lap of round number 4 of the Western Mazda Australian Online Supercar Championship, round 4 from Daytona. We are into the final 5Ks of racing. And what a race we have had. It has been so action-packed. Side by side, Chris Coxhead and Michael Taliancic for the last spot on the podium. Big lock-up for Coxhead. Just hold on. Will Luke Harvey be able to hold on here?
Oh, he's certainly pressing on pretty hard. Oh, this is going to be a photo finish, I reckon.
It's on for 5th here too, because have a look at this. Hinds and Haber have company because Forza and El Nabi has closed in on the back of these guys.
Oh, this is dangerous. These guys will not give out to each other. They're going to come up to the last couple of...
Oh, there's contact again! Hinds around! Just holds on!
Is he going to get it up? No, he's held on to it.
Yep.
Haber should really be giving that position back, I think.
To Luke Harvey.
Here we go. Harvey, he's got a gap. And look at the gap, 0.7. I don't think we're going to see Jordan Ross.
He's too far back.
No chance.
It's going to come down.
How is that?
It's going to come down to if this car coughs. Will this car cough? The 215, will it cough? Taliancic and Coxhead still changing positions, but we're going to stay with this car here. Will it cough?
Do it. No, it's not going to cough.
It's out of fuel right now on cue. Luke Harvey, Brenton O'Brien win this race. Congratulations, boys. It is on for third and fourth, those side by side through NASCAR 4. Who's going to get it?
Oh, here we go. I think that the pursuit car might just.
Oh, contact! Oh, photo finish! 1/1000th of a second. Taliancic. No, Coxhead's got it.
Coxhead's got it.
2,000ths of a second.
Wow.
2,000ths of a second.
I got to go have a look at that because that was. Wow. Wow. And this is what Daytona does. Every time we race here, it turns it on like this, and there is photo finishes galore. Here we go, replay on board. Oh. Wow, is all I have to say, Jay. Wow. So I'm going back to just see.
Here we go. Slow-mo replay on screen.
Image.
Get the slow-mo up on screen, and we'll see if we can see the exact point when they've crossed the line here. You can see Coxhead on the outside, a little bit of a bump. But, I think that was all fair. And here we go up to the finish line. See what the actual gap is here. And, oh, wow. That's incredible. What a finish.
Nothing in there. I'm blown away by that, Jay. I tell ya.
Again, Daytona puts on a photo finish.
Oh, doesn't it just? Every time.
Here we go again from another angle.
Come in, it's, yeah. So, say what? Well done to Chris Coxhead. I did not expect them to be.
They were out of it.
I kind of saw them. Yeah, they were out of it, and you saw them kind of coming back up through the field slowly. And absolutely fantastic job by him. Also, got to put it out there. Well done to Harley Haber in that car, the 21 Redback Racing Team car. Those guys were struggling with damage towards the end of the race, and there was plenty of door-to-door action.
How close was that? There's absolutely nothing in it.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. That's what we love about this series. Friday night always turns it on, and I mean, Jay, I absolutely love to call it, don't we, Jay?
Yep, it's been an absolute ball this series. We'll go through our unofficial race results because there's going to be lots and lots and lots for the race admins to look at post-race. But the Ace Tennis Racing crew, Luke Harvey, Brenton O'Brien come in thinking that he was going to be a hindrance to Luke Harvey, but he's helped him win the race. Amazing. An amazing fuel saving from Luke Harvey.
This interview.
Well done. Have you got the beeper ready?
Just
give him a warning.
You better, Jay, better get ready.
Jordan Ross finishes in second, the 26 Evolution Racing Team entry. Zuma Racing by 2,000ths of a second, finish in third over Pursuit Sim Racing. Well done to both of those guys in a fantastic battle between them. Great sportsmanship between those two cars throughout that battle. Ali Haber in the Redback Racing Team 21 car finishes in fifth, with Trick Sim Sports in sixth. Evolution Racing Team 027 come home in seventh position. What might have been for the 62 car Sim Racing channel, they finish in eighth position. Only 77,000ths of a second, 55,000ths of a second behind the car of Kyle Stokes. Unfortunate for those guys. The Meemobile, they finish in ninth. What might have been if they had to put fuel in that early pit stop. 10th position goes to Stephen Varga and Mark Samuel in the 868. Stealth Simforce, Penrite Racing 014 finish in 11th position, with GRM Enduro 1 finishing in 12th. They deserved a lot better than that. They drove a great race early on in the race, so well done to the crew at GRM in the 38 car. Redback Racing Team LeBlanc 031 finishing 13th, with 14th going to Middle Finger Racing 54. CMR Team Black, night of what might have been for those guys. They finish in 15th position. 16th goes to Middle Finger Racing 66, 1 lap down. All these guys on screen, all 1 lap down as well. Velocity Motorsports, Magazine Racing, Stealth Simforce, Penrite Racing, KRF Motorsports, Go on Rogue Motorsports. And a few finger racing cars, the 97 and the 42, with New Zealand Sim Racing having 2 cars in 23rd and 24th. They both 2 laps down. Last page on screen with Redback Racing Team Cedar finishing in 25th, 2 laps down, and then our DNFs in the end of this race. New Zealand Sim Racing 056, Stealth Sim Force 015, Redback Racing Team Cedar 69. The Clay Boys are us. Those guys will be feeling the wrath from a race control post-race in 29th position. ZB Racing in 30th. The blow up. Throttle Control Motorsport also blown up. They finish in 31st. Team Hyperdrive, unfortunately, in 32nd position. Gordon Rogue Motorsports, 331, finished in 33rd. Then our early DNFs to ZBR, to Redback Racing Team 04 car. Then we've also got the 127 Team Jeffrey Harley, and Valkyrie Sim Racing did not take the start of the race, but what a race we have had. It has been an incredible night of racing. Time to get some interviews. We better make sure we've got the beeper ready for this one. Have we got the beeper ready? Here we go. Brenton O'Brien and Luke Harvey. Congratulations, boys. What a race that was.
Heck yeah.
That was close.
Oh,
Don't go any further. You'll take us off the network.
Yeah, exactly.
It's his car, it's his team. He can go his hardest.
Luke, talk us through that final stint. Firstly, was there a big mass calculation in the pit stop strategy and the amount of fuel you needed?
Well, what happened was I come out of the pits there behind Harley, and I had it about to add 30 litres, and I set it at 30, and then because we were doing so much fuel saving, we lost our calculations. We ended up adding 25, I think it was, so we ended up being about 5 litres too short. And then once we started that final stint there after the last little splash and dash, we both really were aware that we were well short, so I just had to save, even let Jordan pass, and then just sit there. And with about 3 laps to go, I'd saved enough fuel to go flat stick to the end.
Now, Brenton, you messaged me earlier in the day saying that you were racing and you weren't too confident in how you were going to go. You're thinking you were be a bit of a hindrance. I'm guessing tonight, now being on the podium, let alone in top step, is an absolute shock and surprise.
I said to Luke, I'm probably with about, I reckon there's about probably 50, 60 laps to go. I said there is no reason why we won't come in the top 3 because, look, I got to admit, I love me ERT boys, obviously, but I was actually pretty determined to beat them tonight. There was no team orders. So I crunched a lot of numbers at a lot of times, and Luke just drove awesome to get that car home. And, yeah, we saved fuel at the right time, really, really patient throughout. And that was the thing, just sitting patient. And, yeah, it worked out really well.
It's a good start to the endurance campaign for you, Luke, with some very, very good results. Obviously, Sam not here tonight to help you along, but a really, really good start to the endurance campaign for you.
Yeah, normally I play the co-driver role, and I quite like that because I also do what Brenton did tonight and make smoke come off the calculator. So I quite enjoy that part of it. But yeah, tonight being thrust into the lead driver, I suppose you'd say, yeah, it was a bit different, but yeah, I quite enjoyed it.
Well, next Enduro is a little bit away. We've got a few weeks before we go back for our next Enduro, but next round we head to... Where do we go next week?
Le Mans.
Le Mans, that's right, we do. Le Mans is the next Enduro in about 6-7 weeks' time, I think.
Yeah, so it'll be some crazy fuel saving in that one, I'd say.
Next week we go to... I should have had this up already. I normally have this ready to go. Next week we go to Snetterton. Another different format, 60-60 format. How do you feel you'll go there? Running the 200 layout, which was the one we ran originally about 12 months ago.
Yeah, I quite enjoy the track. We've raced there once in Scops and it was really fun. So yeah, I'm looking forward to having a go.
Well, who would you like to thank tonight on your amazing finish and an amazing victory?
Well, obviously Brenton. I put the call out a couple of days ago because Sam's at the Bathurst 12 hour. So massive thanks to Brenton for putting his hand up and saying he'd drive with me. Bit of deja vu there with driving back with Brenton. I really enjoyed it. So yeah, thanks to him. Thanks to Nick for putting it on. Thanks to you guys for the broadcast. I think that's about it.
Congratulations on a great result, boys. Well done, Brenton, on actually getting a win for a change. And Luke, well done to you on a fantastic drive and fantastic fuel strategy.
Cheeky bugger.
Thank you.
I had to get it in there, mate.
That's my second Enduro win.
Oh, look, that's 2 more than you deserve.
Yes, it is.
All right, we'll go next to... Well done, boys. We'll go next to our second place finisher. We've got Jordan Ross and James Scott in. Congratulations, boys, on P2. Not quite enough to get there in the end, but a fantastic battle right at the end of the race, Jordan, for you.
Yeah, thanks guys for having us up here. Yeah, good battle with Luke, but he was too strong in the end, and that 9-3-1 gear ratio was the one to have tonight, and we didn't have it.
We mentioned early on in the race that a few teams had run really, really alternate gear ratios. Is that something that you didn't really think about too much until the race had pretty much started?
No, we did think about it, but we just didn't feel like on the exit of the chicane that the 931 worked with our setup, so we went with the 960 and probably a mistake. But
James, for you, that middle stint there was a pretty intense little fight. You had to work your way through a bit of lap traffic as well. Talk us through your little battles that you had.
Yeah, it was great. There's just trying to stay out of carnage and keep the scratches off the car. Hand it back to Jordan in a good spot so he could do the best towards the end.
Jordan, talk us through that last little phase where you saw Luke slowing up and didn't realise that he was actually doing it to try and save more fuel. Were you thinking that you might just blast away from him at that point, or did you think that he might have been doing something sneaky and trying to save fuel behind you?
no, I knew he was trying to save fuel, but I just thought I have to, like with the gear ratio, I couldn't get past him on the straight, so I just had to try and get in front and try and hope he makes a mistake behind or something like that, and didn't happen in the end. So yeah.
Well, congratulations on a great result tonight. P2, very, very good points haul for the championship. Who would you boys like to thank? And on both of your first podiums for your new teams.
Yeah, first off, just like to say thank you to our sponsors, obviously Logitech, Speed Cafe, and Joy Real Timing. It's great to have that support. And yeah, thanks to Jordan for being a great teammate for the race, and hope we can go better for the rest of the AOC.
Congratulations, boys, on P2 tonight. First podium for your new team, Evolution Racing Team, the number 26 car. Well done to both of you. We'll go next to our third place finishers. We've got Chris Coxhead in the booth. Chris, congratulations on P3. Did you think you had that at the end there with it being only 0.02 of a second?
Evening, boys. No, not at all. That was ridiculous, that finish. That's for sure the closest finish I've ever had on R8. Great fight put up by Michael there.
We were getting a bit worried about how it was going to play out. About 5 laps to go. There was about 5 or 6 of you all involved in that fight with Haber and also Hins in there too. You can see Al Nabi coming on the timing sheets as well. Were you a bit worried about that it might have ended how it did?
Yeah, for sure. I thought it was all over. That turn 1 I ran wide. I think Haber and Forzan both got me. I thought it was done. Got on the older tyres and stuff. But obviously it's so hard around here with that draft and mishaps every now.
Talk us through that final lap and the run that you tried to get through the bus stop to eventually steal that one at the line.
Yeah, I knew I had it on Michael leading up to the bus stop, and the previous lap I think I tried to go the inside and it didn't quite work, so I thought I'd sort of fake left and dart right, but stuck on the outside. Didn't quite have the balls to hold it there, but yeah, got a good run out of it. I actually dropped down to second, short shift down to second, back up to third, coming out of it, sort of helped with the run there and got alongside. And then I think Michael was running the shorter drop gear, so that he's just run out of puff at the end there, which is what's given me the win.
Good result for you with the new sponsor on the side of the car as well. I know that people out there watching, I know that the sponsors are watching, so a really good result for you.
Yeah, that's great. We're actually in Cracker's car tonight. We had a couple of mishaps when we were registering. I was meant to be racing at Crackers and Luke Page was meant to be with Matty Deer, but yeah, it's sort of it still worked out. Feel sorry for those guys, had a bit of a hard race. They're finishing a lap down.
Well, congratulations nonetheless on a good result for the 209 car, and you guys looking very, very good, looking very, very smart out there on track. Who would you like to thank?
Oh yeah, it's great. It's big thanks to all the guys at Henry James Racing and Henry for giving us the strategy tonight, and Zuva and KRF, and yeah, all the guys are great.
Congratulations, Chris, on a great result tonight. P3 by the smallest possible margin you can get in racing. Well done, mate.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
And we will wrap it up next with our fourth place finishers. So we've got Michael Taliancic and Dave Kimmin in the booth. Congratulations on P4. Probably not what you would have wanted when you saw the time at the line, but nonetheless, a good result. Good points all going forward in the championship.
Oh, but what a fun battle. Like, that was crazy intense. I had no tyres under me at all, and it was just hard battling the whole way to the end. It was great.
Was an intense fight when you had those other couple of cars in there too. Talk us through how you thought that battle was going to play out when you had the 4 or 5 of you all battling together with about 5 laps to go.
I knew something was going to happen. I knew somebody was going to collide. I was just trying to make sure it wasn't me. I thought I had them around the outside, and then, yeah, I left too much of a gap, and I think Harley went back up the inside. Apparently, it was a bit close to 4 wide there at one stage around the start-finish line.
Dave, talk about your little stint there. You had a pretty good battle out there. You had some really, really good pace, but I think you had a battle with, I believe it was Wayne Pengilly that you were fighting with fairly hard there at one point as well.
Yeah, former team boss Wayne. It was a pretty good battle. There was an unfortunate contact when Jordan passed me and came down just a little bit too soon. Took the front off me. Got distracted by Jordan coming back on and bumped Wayne. So we redressed that. Lost about 8 seconds doing so. But I've got huge respect for Jordan and Wayne, so don't ever want to knock them off and take the position. But yeah, really happy with the first stint and the third stint. My second one where I battled Wayne. Room for improvement there.
It was a really interesting race. I know you boys love these races where there's heaps of strategy. Looking back, you're probably thinking you may have made the wrong call to pit as early as you did.
I would probably
On the
say
last
that's
stint, I
a
mean.
fairly accurate assumption there. But you never really know how these things are going to go. I was hoping for a bit more clear air and not have to battle as much as I did, but I just got caught up in all, and that just made my tyre degradation so much worse. But you can't really tell what everyone else is going to do at the time, so it's really hard to say it's a bad call or not.
It put on an absolutely epic show. It was a fantastic night of racing, and P4 with the quality of field that we've had with the actual finish at the line. I think you boys should be very, very happy. Who would you boys like to thank?
I'd like to thank our sponsor, Alpha Finance, and yeah, thank you guys for the broadcast, and Kelsler. He always does a fantastic job, and this is such a fun series to race.
Well done to Pursuit Sim Racing P4 tonight, Fonty. That'll wrap it up. Thanks for jumping in, boys. And it's been an awesome night of racing. We love this series. We love how close the racing is. Even I didn't expect it to be that close in the end. It was incredible.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Jay. It's a Daytona always turns it on. I did know that we'd have intense battles all the way through the racing, and we come right down to the last little bit. I didn't expect Luke Harvey to plan that one in the end. I thought he was gone with rapid deceleration from him, but he managed to come back and do it. So, no, absolutely fantastic round, and I look forward to next Friday.
Yep, next Friday night we will be back here for the West End Mazda Australian Online Supercar Championship from 9:45 Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time. We will be at Snetterton for a 60-60 race. That'll be a really, really cool racing. 60-60 format. 2 60-kilometre races. Must pit in one, which means we're almost guaranteed 2 different winners. Always puts on a really good show, the 60-60 format. So looking forward to that next week. But the action will not stop there here on SimSpeed and on the iRacing Esports Network. Big week for us coming up with next week. We have Monday night, the Aussie Driver Search. Official V8 Supercar Series. We head to Charlotte Roval for that one. We've got Rallycross on Wednesday as well from Sonoma. Have the Geodesic Racing, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Sprint Series Australasia. As we said, next Friday night we'll be doing this series from Snetterton. And next Saturday night, my favourite race of the entire year. You know what it is, Fonty. You know what we're doing next Saturday night. We are doing Daytona 500. Cannot wait for that one as part of the Major Series. If you'd like to be a part of the Daytona 500 in the Major Series, registration is still open, so you can join. Check our Facebook page for more details. But Fonty, I think we need to wrap it up. It's been an awesome night. Big thank you to everyone behind the scenes at West End Mazda, LeBlanc, also KRD, Knight Rider Designs, and Sam Blacklock Media. What a fun night of racing. I'm looking forward to next week.